This is the only stone they knew that would burn with sulfur from Yahweh out of the heavens.
Were you nervous about landmines?
There is no surviving objective history from antiquity. Why would you turn that down?
Today we're going to talk with Dr. Stephen Collins. This guy has been excavating the Lost City of Sodom for about 20 to 25 years, a total of 16 dig seasons. He's going to show us evidence of pottery that's been heated up to over 8,000 degrees and turns green into what's called trinitite, and how that can only be done 3 ways: lightning, a meteor, or nuclear. He shows us that all of the stuff in the ground was blown from a southwest to a northeast direction, indicating a blast. When you look at the pottery, it's burned on one side, melted on one side, and not very burned on the other, indicating it was some sort of airburst instead of like lava that melts it and would just totally destroy it. The total destruction matrix is about 1.5 to 2 meters thick, about 6 feet, and everything in this site looks like it was put into a blender and just shuffled up. He takes us through images. We held pottery. The amount of proof that he has, to me, is beyond contestation. But what I really loved about talking with Dr. Collins is that he both knows why he thinks it is the way it is, and he knows all the detractors. He really tries to steel man their narratives and then tries to poke holes in it, and I think he does. And he presents what I think is one of the most compelling cases for finding the lost city of Sodom. It matches up with biblical texts, and it matches up with extra biblical texts, and we're going to go into all of that. So I hope you really enjoy it. If you like ancient archaeology, if you like biblical history, this one's for you. Welcome to the Austin and Matt podcast.
What was one of the most impactful moments where you knew that you had found Sodom?
Well, I knew I'd found Sodom based on the geographical research. I mean, I read the Bible. I went to Genesis chapter 13. That's the roadmap. And people have said, oh, you discovered Sodom. Well, kind of. I mean, if somebody shoved a map of California in front of me and I used it to find Los Angeles, I could not be attributed with finding or discovering Los Angeles. Right. Why? Because somebody gave me a map and I didn't really have to do much. Same thing. I happened to pay attention to the biblical text. And when we paid attention to the biblical text, what we wound up finding was a place that was in the right time frame that the Bible demands for that city. It's in the right geographical location. And when we got into the soil in the excavation, we found all the right stuff, including evidence that it was literally blown away by a fiery cataclysm that came out of the sky, exactly as Genesis 19 describes.
How far away was it from where the mainstream had said that it was?
The mainstream, if you look at a map of that area, you have the Dead Sea. Most people put Sodom toward the south end of the Dead Sea. And they did that for a very good reason. They took their brain out of gear. I mean, they just went click, logic and reason just flew out the window. If you read the text, you can't go anywhere but north and east of the Dead Sea. That's where the Bible puts it. And besides that, what they forgot to connect up was the time of Abraham is actually post 1800 BC. It's after 1800 BC. We can talk about why the reasons for that. But if you look at the sites that are in the southern Dead Sea area, they all went belly up 500 years at least before Abraham was ever born. There's nothing down there archaeologically that could associate with the time of Abraham. Period. End of story.
And so what was the first thing? So the scripture says where it is, and then you go over there, and what's the first sort of thing you see that verifies that for you?
Well, once we had triangulated around all the geographical indicators in the text, and I'll tell you exactly 24. There are 24 geographical indicators in the biblical text for the location of Sodom. By the way, what's number 2 on the list? The number 2 identified site in the Bible is Jerusalem. It has 16 indicators. So it ought to be way easier to find Sodom than it is to find Jerusalem. And so we did that and we found it. So how did we know it was there? Because it's a gigantic mound. It had already been referred to as the largest archaeological site in the entire Jordan Valley. Now, why didn't anybody know about that? Because it was stuffed in a book in a country, Jordan, that a lot of people don't pay attention to archaeologically. Everybody pays attention to what's going on in Israel archaeologically, but Jordan kind of takes a backseat to that, and nobody really paid attention to it. Not to mention the fact that the area where Tal El-Hammam, or where Sodom is located, is highly strategic in antiquity and in modern times. There was a military site dug into and placed on the site that is Tal El-Hammam, the site of Sodom. And so the whole western part of that was landmined during the latter part of the 60s and early 70s, back to Six-Day War, Yom Kippur War, all of that. So it was strategic in antiquity. It's strategic now. And so, a little matter of landmines kept people from coming and doing excavation in the area. In fact, K. Prague from the University of Manchester actually excavated a site to the south of Tal El-Hammam, which we now know is one of the satellites of the ancient city-state of Sodom. And she did a little excavation over on the far west end of Tal El-Hammam, just kind of sent a team over there for a couple of days. Well, one of her workers lost a foot to a landmine. And they packed up and boogied.
Were you
They
nervous
left, and nobody ever touched Tal El-Hammam and that was in the late 1980s, early 90s. Nobody touched it again until we walked onto the site in about 2000.
Were you nervous about landmines?
Honestly, no, because I knew nothing about it.
You didn't know to be worried.
No, I had no clue. I mean, as I look back on it, I have to go, well, we dodged a bullet. When we first went up on the site, we took a team, there were 4 of us, my wife and I and 2 friends of ours, and because we had gone over there just to check out the theory that we had gotten from the Bible in terms of its location. So we're on the ground checking all this out, and we're walking all over the site. We're going in and through the bushes and the banana fields, and we're everywhere all over the site. And we didn't know anything about landmines, never heard anything about landmines. And then over the next 5 years, as we worked on getting a permit to start the excavation, we had teams of 20, 50 people over the site, going everywhere, picking up surface sherds, looking at stuff, which is what you do in sort of the pre-excavation phase. You want to see what the ceramics tell you, and so I have everybody gathered up, bring it to us, and we look at it. We read the pottery. It's my expertise, and so we had people doing that. Well, then years later, even while we're excavating, I think in the first two or 3 years of excavation, we're excavating, and we get these government officials that come down handing out T-shirts and pamphlets on landmines.
No way.
Just to remind people
that they're around.
They had swept the area back in the mid-90s, and they pretty sure it was clean, but they still would find a stray one now and again. So they were doing a little promo with the local people, and they would do this periodically. Well, that's the first time I'd seen it, and I'm going, wait a minute, you're telling me there are landmines out here and the Department of Antiquities has given us a permit? Why didn't they say anything about it? Nobody said anything about it, but thankfully, nothing ever happened. So I figured, the military, minesweepers came through in the mid-90s and pretty much cleaned up the Jordan Valley and Tal El-Hammam. And whatever they didn't get, the sheep and the goats got, every once in a while there'd be a little mansif on the hoof, So anyway, it was clean and we never had a problem, thankfully.
So you get this permit, and what does it mean, your first dig? How big is it? How big of a hole do you dig? And what happens?
It is a big site. It's not one of these little small sites, because we're surrounded by dozens of archaeological sites. They're all within the sphere of Tal El-Hammam. They're all part of the city-state. But Tal El-Hammam is the urban core of a massive city-state. We now know it archaeologically as the largest continuously occupied Bronze Age city in the entire southern Levant, which would include Israel and Jordan. And so it's big, it's prominent, it's such a big deal that we now get asked pretty routinely to write chapters or write things for other people's publications because they have to include it, or they would be remiss. Of course they would be if they don't take into account this very, very important site. So it was important, and it really bothered me, by the way, that I couldn't find the name of it in other literature outside the Bible. If this was such a big deal, it was a big place, and it was, why is the Bible the only literature that mentions it?
Yeah.
And-
How many people do you think were living in the Sodom? I guess what would you call it? Like, it's not an empire, but it's a
city-state.
It's a city.
It's a city-state. It occupied, probably controlled the agricultural region of about 400 square kilometers.
Okay.
So it's pretty good size.
Yeah.
It had hegemony over a lot of smaller towns, even walled towns. And so there are 5 major towns within its sphere with larger towns at a farther distance, but lots of hamlets and villages and small towns around it. So we now know it is probably the most concentrated population center in that part of the world. I mean, there's really a lot of people living on that piece of real estate. We estimate it when you add it all up. And by the way, there is a formula for how many people in the antiquity you can cram into an acre
Okay.
or a hectare. 2.4 acres to the hectare. So if you have a 70, 80, 90, 100 acre site, and you can cram in 100 to 150 people per, then what does that tell you? You have 10,000 people, 15,000 people. So we basically did some computations and added it all up, estimated that the contiguous population of the land of the Kikar, and this is what the Bible calls it. The word Kikar means the circular alluvial plain of the Jordan Valley on the east side of the Jordan River. So that area had somewhere between 40 and 60,000 residents. That's what we estimate.
And does that include?
Could be a little more. I mean, there's always the Bedouin and people that don't live in cities, that are hanging out in the area that you can't see because they're living in tents. So, but we estimate, let's just say 50,000 on the round figure. It's a lot of people.
And when I think of the story of Sodom, people always mention Gomorrah. Did you find Gomorrah, or is it part of that same city-state?
Well, when we did our theoretical map, of course, we had Sodom and Gomorrah. There's in that story, there's 3 doublets. There's Bethel-ai. That's where Lot started out. That's 12 miles north of Jerusalem, up on the plateau to the west of the valley of this location. So it's Bethel and Ai. Then there's Sodom, Gomorrah. That's 2 sites. And by the way, the one that's mentioned first, logically and in antiquity, the mental construct there is the biggest one is mentioned first. The big one, then the smaller one. So Bethel-ai, which is the bigger one, Bethel. But it's a formula with the biggest one always mentioned up front. Sodom, Gomorrah. The big site is Sodom. Gomorrah is a smaller town in tow. Then there's Admah, Zeboim. Admah, bigger town. Zeboim, the smaller town. But it's always Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, Zeboim in that order. Well, which one's the biggest of all? Sodom is the anchor town, and all the others are in the gravity of the bigger town. And so did we find Gomorrah? Well, we started out with nothing. When we had our theoretical map based on the Bible, we knew where they should be. But when we got on the ground and actually started looking at the archaeological sites that were available in the region as candidate sites, we wound up with about 5 times more sites than we needed. All of a sudden, we just thought we were barely going to squeak it out. There'd be Sodom, and there would be Gomorrah, a couple of sites, and then a little bit further away, the other doublet, Admah and Zeboim. So that's not what we got. We got those, but we got a bunch of other ones because the Sodom city-state was laid out in dramatic fashion with guardian cities all around it. Sodom in the middle, and purposefully putting cities around it so you could not get to Sodom without going between 2 guardian towns that probably had military outposts as well. And so it was very well protected. In 16 seasons of excavation, we never found one scintilla of evidence for a military capture. of that city. No military action on that city. Why? Well, for two reasons. Number one, it's 500 feet below sea level. It's in the one of the hottest places you'll ever want to be. And so the time of going to war in antiquity was always in the spring. You get your winter planting in, then you head out to go kill people. You know, it's their Super Bowl. And, you know, every city, every town, every culture had an annual Super Bowl event, which was to go out and kill somebody. And so you just do it. So the time of the going to war, it says that in the Bible, the time of the going to war is the springtime. Get your winter planting in, get everything ready, and get your city fixed from the winter rains. And then, okay, what do we do now? Oh, who are we going to kill this year? Oh, yeah, let's go there. So people go out and go to war. Well, if you go fight against Sodom and the cities of the plain, you come down into the valley in April, May, it's already over 100 degrees every day. You get into June and July, it's 110, 120. And so if you're going to lay siege to a city, and the city has hot and cold running water inside the city, which Sodom did, has still today, it has good springs inside the city. And you're outside, and they got lots of food, and you're just in bivouac, encamped around the city. Who's going to last longer?
The people in the city.
The people in this city are going to last way longer than you are out there roasting your brains out. And they've got these big buildings with walls that are mud brick walls, which are very good insulation, 1 meter thick, 2-3 meters thick. They're cool. And so the king of Sodom is just up there sitting on his palace veranda, drinking his iced tea and just watching whatever's going on around him. They're happy and fine. No military force ever got to Sodom. They never laid siege and were successful ever, according to the archaeology. We're not talking about text here. We're talking about what the actual history of the site says. We have 2 earthquake destructions, after which they immediately rebuilt. But 2 earthquakes, no military destruction. Not a single weapon could we find. Oh, maybe a stray arrow here or a stray axe head over there. But those probably belong to the local residents, not to a military campaign.
How far down do you have to dig to get to these sites?
Well, on the lower city, the city has a big spread on the lower city. It's about half to 3/4 of a kilometer across. So it's pretty good size. It's big. As I said, the site is around somewhere between 62, even up to 70, 80 acres now, because we lost a lot of it to the washout on the Wadi side to the north. So a lot of collapse and erosion over millennia. But it's really big. And when you have that sort of size, then you probably have 2 cities, one tucked inside the other. You have a lower city and you have an upper city. And they're both, at Tal El-Hammam, they're both separately defended. There's a massive fortification built around the lower city. There's a separate and equally massive fortification built around the upper city.
And these are buried? Or like, is there...
Like when you first walked up.
Is there
Yeah.
2 feet of dirt or is there...
It all depends.
Okay.
The upper city is, at our site, is very different from the lower city. The lower city, after it was obliterated by this catastrophic event toward the end of the Middle Bronze Age, somewhere around 1700 BC, nobody ever built over the top of it on the lower city. Well, you know, there is a Hellenistic Byzantine bathhouse in one sector, but it's just that building. You can, wherever you walk on the lower city, you're walking on the moment of destruction. You can see the tops of the buildings. The stone foundations are showing. You can walk the city wall. It's visible on the surface. And so literally, as soon as we start excavating on the lower city, we're in the Middle Bronze Age from the get-go.
Like one shovel in.
You're walking on it.
Wow.
You're literally walking on the tops of the stone foundations of that time frame.
How did you choose where to dig first? And how
That's
big
a good
is...
one. Well, let me explain the upper city first.
Yeah.
The upper city is a different ball of wax because 700 years after it was destroyed in the Middle Bronze Age, and by the way, this is the best watered agricultural landscape in the region, so why did it take 700 years. Why did it go offline in 1700 BC and nobody lived in this area? There was no settlement in this area till about 1000 BC.
And that's verified not just in biblical texts, but external societies, right? This place was not lived in for 700 years.
Yeah, that's the archaeology of the area.
And it has the geographical high ground or advantage. This is where you would want to live. Because
Exactly.
it's proximity to the Jordan. It's proximity with everything.
Exactly. And it's
why wouldn't people live there for 700 years?
It's a strong point, but it's even stronger if you understand the archaeology of the whole region. The southern Levant sites, that is, I'm talking about Israel, Jordan, toward the end of the early Bronze Age, about 2500 BC. Right in that time frame, all of the cities and towns in the southern Levant went belly up. This was climate change at its worst for them. It stopped raining. We know that because the level of the Dead Sea dropped like a rock. It went from historic high to historic low in about a 150-year period.
How can you tell that
raining.
in the archaeology?
Cores, mud cores, Dead Sea cores up and down the Jordan Valley doing coring and looking at Dead Sea caves. When the Dead Sea is high, it floods into the caves. It deposits carbon material, and that carbon material in those cave deposits can be radiocarbon dated. So there's a very, very detailed paleoclimatological study, a research set for all of this.
And this is
very
mainstream.
It's very well studied. Yeah, it's very mainstream.
Got it.
So the Dead Sea fluctuates 100 to 150 meters to historic high to historic low. That's a lot.
300 to 450 feet.
Yeah. So it's
bottom to top.
It's going up and down all the
Whoa.
time. In fact, almost never, and I tell people this, some people get disappointed, but the Bible map that you see, or the area of the Dead Sea that you see on a map, it almost never looks like that in antiquity. Because if you look at it, you have this big northern space on the top, and then you have this tongue-like Lisan, that's what it means, Lasan or Lisan, peninsula in the middle. Then you have a southern basin. You have deep northern basin, a little tongue-like feature dividing it, and then the bottom you have this little shallow basin toward the south. And when the rain stops, or when the rain slows down, the southern basin dries up quick because it's only a few feet deep. The northern basin's over 1,000 feet deep. So it's really, really deep. And so it never goes away. But when the rain stops, all the moisture, all the rainfall, the water feeding into it from both sides of the rift, all that pretty much stops. And the water just drops like crazy. The evaporation, the surface of the Dead Sea today is 1,300 feet below sea level. It's hot. It's like taking Albuquerque or even Las Cruces to the south of here. Here at Albuquerque, look how hot it is today. It's going to be 100 degrees today. We're a mile high right here. Right where we sit, we're a mile high. Look how hot it is outside. So take this location, same latitude as the Dead Sea, almost exactly, and shove it 1,300 feet below sea level.
Yeah.
How hot is that? It's really hot, and the evaporation is tremendous.
So at 2250 BC, there was a drought, basically.
2,500.
2,500 BC.
Going in from about 2,600 down to 20. By 2,500, everybody was out of business. All the towns and cities were abandoned, dead, except one.
Tal El-Hammam.
Tal El-Hammam, the city-state Tal El-Hammam, didn't even hiccup.
Because it's right next to the Jordan.
They have the Jordan River.
Right there.
The entire Transjordan aquifer, groundwater, the springs underneath were disgorging in that area. They still do today. Still have water running across the roads everywhere because the spring water just comes right out of the mountains. And so in fact, the Bible says this area was watered like Egypt. Go read Genesis 13. This area was watered like Egypt. Well, how did Egypt grow its crops? They didn't need rain.
Springs.
It was the annual inundations of the Nile, and that's what drove Nilotic civilization for 3,000 years. Well, the Bible says that this Jordan, that this Kikar, land of the Kikar, was watered like Egypt. That is, the Jordan River annually it's kind of a Nile in miniature, it would overflow its banks and deposit silt, and they would plant their crops in the newly deposited wet silt. And that allowed them to survive without rainfall. But this great Transjordan aquifer was constantly disgorging, so they could use irrigation techniques to put water into their fields from springs that were all over that area. They didn't need rainfall. And so when everybody went belly up, they thrived. In fact, from 2500 BC down to about 2000 BC, this area actually grew. It actually gained in population because other people whose towns had gone out of business were looking for a place to land. And a lot of them came there. And so what's interesting, here's the interesting thing about all this. When everybody else in the southern Levant went belly up, Tal El-Hammam, the city-state there, and all of the towns around it continued to thrive uninterrupted. Okay, put that in your head. But in 1700 BC, when after the rains had been back for a good while, after Canaanite civilization had all these sites that had gone belly up, were now up and running again and thriving at a time when everybody in the southern Levant was thriving at the height of what we call the Canaanite civilization, Tal El-Hammam and all of its neighbors went belly up.
And this is
What does that tell you?
Yeah, it's written about everywhere. This is not controversial to say that.
No, it's not controversial. The archaeology is cut and dried here. It's very clear. When everybody else went down, Tal El-Hammam survived. When nobody else went down, Tal El-Hammam and all of its cities were taken out in a heartbeat. No, less than a heartbeat. By a fiery cataclysm with evidences in the archaeology of thousands and thousands and thousands of degrees Fahrenheit, hotter than anything that can be produced terrestrially. Yeah, volcanic magma, you'll need about 1800 to 2000 degrees Fahrenheit is what you get when magma's coming out of the middle of the earth. We have pottery melted at Tal El-Hammam and bricks melted and other melt products that are done at 4 and 5 times that heat index. Thousands of degrees, not just a couple of thousand degrees.
What in nature makes that 6 to 8,000 degrees?
Well, I mean, you could do it with lightning.
Lightning. And
so
what else?
The only thing you can, after that, you only have one choice. You have some kind of impact event.
Okay.
So meteorite made of like comet fragment, big snowball, dirty snowball, not dissimilar to what caused the extinction of the dinosaurs. That was a global event. We're talking about a localized event here, but something like Tunguska, Siberia, 1908. So some kind of impact, but there's also a kind of impact that doesn't produce a crater because the object actually burns up in the atmosphere. So it's coming in at tens of thousands of miles an hour, depending upon the speed. We have velocity, we have trajectory through the atmosphere, and we have the mass of the object itself. Depending upon all those things, it may survive the atmosphere, the burning in the atmosphere, and impact and leave a crater. But sometimes these things will go from solid to liquid to gas to plasma, just vaporize. And when that happens, it doesn't leave a crater. It just toasts everything on the ground really badly. And this happened Tunguska, Siberia, 1908. 2,500 square kilometers of Siberian forest toasted in the blink of an eye. What happened? No crater. But when scientists finally began to study that and still study that area, they find what we call microproxies that are generally only produced by impact events. Things like microspherules of iron and silica, shocked quartz, grains of quartz that are pressure fractured because the barometer goes up quite a bit.
Real
pop.
quick.
It would just pop, today. I mean, the pressure is so great. And of course, heat. And we get melted stuff, whatever was there at the right moment, in the right condition, aimed in the right direction, facing the heat pulse, would melt. And so you find all these kinds of indicators, and not only that, but mineralogic indicators like high concentration of platinum, a platinum spike, other kinds of, iridium, osmium, rare earth elements that get deposited by meteoritic strikes or airbursts that do not normally appear at all or in any abundance in the earth naturally.
And were those things at Tal El-Hammam? Tal El-Hammam?
Yeah, the layer at Tal El-Hammam, the Middle Bronze Age destruction layer, which is 1 meter to 1.5 meters thick across the site, has all of these proxies. Every proxy known to an airburst or an impact event is found in that layer, not above and not below. Let me say it again. Not above, not in the Iron Age layers above, not in the intermediate or early Bronze Age layers below, but only in the stratum represented by the destruction of Tal El-Hammam about 1700 BC. In that layer, we get it all. 21 so far, 21 different microproxies of airbursts. Now, I know there are people out there, a handful of people out there screaming, oh no, it's not an airburst. Oh, the researchers are wrong. By the way, the guy who's the biggest screamer against this, I'm not going to mention his name because frankly, he gives himself enough press. He's very enamored with his idea that he's the only person in the world who can properly assess an airburst event. Not other astrophysicists or other people with equal degrees or equal academic credentials, but just him. So I'm not going to mention his name. He has enough arrogance in his own head. But he tries to trash us and trash the archaeology. Oh, these things are common. These things appear all. No, they don't. No, they don't. And by the way, he's not an archaeologist. I am. I spent my last 35 years in the ground. I understand. I know the difference between a garden variety destruction, like military, earthquake destruction, other kinds of destruction. I know what those look like. By the way, I wrote the proxy. I was the first archaeologist in the world to write proper proxy lists for various kinds of destructions that nobody ever studied their destruction layers. They make some sort of a macro comment on it. Oh, yeah, look we have several centimeters of ash here. This must be a military destruction, or we have some earthquake damage. Maybe it's an earthquake. We have some fires. That's all they say. We were the first excavation in the history of the planet to do detailed, in-depth, micro investigation into what's actually in that destruction layer. And it's not a few centimeters of destruction. It's 1 meter to 1.5 meters of destruction. That destruction layer was named by one of our field supervisors because once he started looking at it and excavating through it, he said, I'm calling this the Cuisinart effect. Because literally that meter of destruction looks like somebody took a city and threw it into a Cuisinart and hit the button.
It got blended.
It is ground up, pulverized, bone, human and animal, pottery, fragments of everything you can imagine. Just all the everyday stuff churned up and through the full thickness of the matrix. In the palace area, for example, we hardly found anything sitting in situ and broken in situ. That is sitting where it was in a living context. No. Stuff is broken, strewn in a clear southwest to northeast direction across the site with things like, we have like a 400 kilo grinding stone that's, kind of a little bit over 1 meter long. It's about 0.5 meter thick, has a nice grinding surface, and we call it a saddle kern because you literally throw your leg over it and sit on it and grind on it, right? Grind grain on it. Well, this saddle kern is rolled off its base, and it's in the palace kitchen. By the way, how big is the Sodom palace? I think this is really cool. Like, we're not talking small potatoes here. The Sodom palace kitchen is 500 square meters.
1,500 square feet. Whoa.
That's 5,000 square feet.
5,000 square feet.
Yeah.
Whoa. It's just the kitchen.
That's the kitchen. So at least a dozen, probably 20 ovens. I mean, it's full of storage jars, all kinds of stuff. We'll look at some of them.
Yeah, you have pictures. I'd like to get into some of the details.
And so it's well, we'll just scroll through here in a second.
Yeah,
We'll
great.
just kind of take you through. But this palace has almost nothing on the floor. Do we find lots of pottery? We find bits and pieces of over probably almost 2,000 different vessels. But very few of them are connected with the floor. They're broken and they're up in the matrix. We found one cooking pot smashed in about 1,000 pieces. We still haven't got it all together yet. 50 centimeters off the floor, smashed up against a plaster wall, southwest facing wall. This thing's moving southwest to northeast, and it's up in the matrix, and it's smashed against the wall, not the floor. So how does this happen? Here's what we know. Having looked at this matrix and studied this matrix for now almost 20 years, 16 field seasons. I mean, we spent years in the field and examining all this on the macro level and the micro level. This entire 1 meter of destruction debris was at a moment in time. This is absolutely a fact, absolutely provable. And a lot of publications that we have coming out now in our final publication reports are just going to blow people's minds. By the way, it's not to prove or refute. It is what it is. If we walk out this door and we look at the concrete on the sidewalk and we look at the asphalt on the driveway, do we have to prove that?
No.
No. It just is what it is. It's so plain as the nose on your face, you don't have to prove it to anybody. Now, we will publish all of this, but it's not going to be, oh, it could be this or it could be that, or maybe there's a different interpretation of it. No. It's too obvious. Everything that is deposited in this matrix was at one moment in time airborne, pulverized and airborne. And for about that long, and then it just slumped into place. And so that's the kind of matrix we have, and we can prove it. Bones of individuals, and that's a little bit more difficult situation to put those back together. But pieces of pottery, painted pieces of pottery that you find in this square over here, in this trench, in 1 year at one level, and you find other pieces of it in different squares at different levels in the same matrix, some at the bottom of the matrix, some at the top of the destruction matrix. So what's happened here? This vessel was exploded, mixed and churned into the matrix, which is moving southwest to northeast. It's as clear as the nose on your face. By the way, this crazy individual I mentioned earlier, who keeps trying to have all of our stuff overturned and just screaming and yelling. I have an email from him. We had lots of email interaction. And he said to me, if you can prove directionality, you have an Airburst event. He said that to me. I have the quotation. I have the email. If you can prove directionality for this event, you have an Airburst, cosmic Airburst. And by the way, we do, and it's easy to prove that directionality. It's there.
Yeah.
I don't have to prove the sidewalk outside this door exists. It's as easy to identify this directionality as it is to identify that there's a sidewalk outside this door. You take it out, you look, and there it is. So before we look at that, let's frame it biblically. And why do I say biblically? Because the Bible is the only ancient text that preserves the story and the name of the cities. Okay, is that fair?
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, what else am I going to look at? We're stuck with the Genesis text. So we're talking about Genesis 13, chapter 13 through chapter 19. So what it says is that these cities were there. They were there in the Middle Bronze Age, time of Abraham, and they were destroyed in the blink of an eye. That takes us to Genesis chapter 19, around verse 28. That fire, it literally says, Goprit va'esh, burning stone. Now, some people say sulfur, brimstone. That word can mean that. It can also mean lightning. But the base meaning of that word going all the way back into the ancient Akkadian is burning stone. And since the only stone they knew that would burn was sulfur, kind of got that connection. But it doesn't mean sulfur. That, by the way, there's no mineralogic specificity in the Bible.
They didn't have
They don't have that
microscopes.
level of sophistication. It's just burning stone and fire. But then it says this, from Yahweh out of the heavens. Now, of course, if this is a Hebrew writer and audience, who's the God that does this?
Yahweh.
It's a no-brainer. You blame it on your God. But if this account had not been a Hebrew account, it would have been blamed on somebody else's God. Fair?
Sure.
So let's not use the fact that Yahweh, the Hebrew God, is mentioned in this text to throw out the factuality of the narrative.
The author was just using the vocabulary he had at the time.
That's
to give,
his life, his way,
He's
his
just
worldview.
That's right.
That's exactly right. And so for scholars to come along and say, oh, no, we can't take the Bible historically, we can't take it. Well, here's the problem. Whenever you say you can't take the Bible historically or the Bible really doesn't match up to history, I always tell people, what history are you talking about? They don't realize that the history they're talking about is a history constructed mostly from propagandistic writings of Egyptians, Babylonians, other people, and modern historians have written the story and have written their own narrative on what they think happened in antiquity. There is no surviving objective history from antiquity, except one. The biblical text, the biblical narrative of the Old Testament is still the best geographical and historical source or collection of literature we have surviving from antiquity, period. Nothing else comes even close to that in terms of geography and historicity. But anyway, so if anybody wants to argue that with me, fine. Come on the Matt and Austin show, and we'll have it out.
That's
right?
right.
We'll
Let's
talk
talk about it.
You bring
Let's
your
debate.
stuff, I'll bring my stuff. By the way, I love to do that.
Yeah.
Debates are fun.
If anybody's
But-
interested, let's
Yeah.
do it.
So anyway, so we have this. Where was I? I guess got wrapped
Total
around
destruction
my head.
matrix.
Well,
Anyway.
can I recap a little
Yep,
bit just
yep.
to make sure I'm following? So we have mainstream proof that Tal El-Hammam was a great place to live, actually, even when there was like global desertification of the southern Levant region.
Yes.
People were moving in because there's these underground water sources. That's all accepted.
Yep.
But then we have this weird situation around 1700 BC where it seems like it just disappears. And it sounds like all the satellite cities from Sodom also kind of disappeared as far as
Exactly. All the archaeology of that area says there is a gap. In fact, it was the Nimrine archaeologists excavating. That's about 6 kilometers north of Tal El-Hammam. They coined the term the Late Bronze Gap for this region. They saw it at their site. We see it at ours. Everybody who excavates in that area sees it. From about 1700 BC down to about 1000 BC, there were no settlements.
And then eventually around 1000 BC, we start to see settlements again. And what group were those settlements from?
That was from the late Iron Age, Iron Age 2. This was probably a store city, an agriculture store city. In other words, there's hundreds of silos, grain silos. That was the first phase there. So eventually the landscape had once again the ability to produce crops.
Okay.
So So what happened in the intervening time? What happened in those 700 years that kept people from coming back to a well-watered location?
But crops couldn't grow.
Something happened to take the crops offline.
Yeah.
For 700
But we
years.
always say it this way: for an ancient city in the Bronze Age, even in the Iron Age for that matter, it's kind of like a three-legged stool, right? Two-legged stool, not real stable,
Sure.
right? So the three things you need for a stable city in antiquity is number one, defensible high ground. Number two leg, arable land. And obviously number three, water. If you have those three things, you can build a city, a defensible city in that area. So now let's see. The defensible high ground, well, that didn't go, the topography didn't change. How about the water? The water hydrology didn't change. So which one of those three legs was taken offline to keep settlements from that
Arable
region?
land.
The arable land. The arable land disappeared. In other words, the event was so hot, was so destructive that even the agricultural soil was burned up. And by the way, if you read the biblical text, that's exactly what it says. It says not only were the cities destroyed, all the people in the cities, but it says every green leaf and leafy plant was destroyed.
Did you choose Tal El-Hammam as a candidate for excavating to figure out if it's Sodom or not because of the stories that had gone offline for 700 years? Or did you discover it had gone offline for 700 years as you started digging?
What got me onto it was that, and by the way, what I'm going to describe was happening in the late 90s. In the late 90s, we had just started a new archaeological project up in the West Bank. I was not looking for an archaeological project at the time, but I'd taken a group of tourists, and we do that pretty routinely, over the landscape of the southern Levant, Israel, Jordan. And I had on my itinerary for this particular group, Sodom and Gomorrah. And I had the traditional sites down toward the south end of the Dead Sea, a place called Babadra and Numira. So Babadra, Numira, Sodom and Gomorrah. Had them on my itinerary. So the night before we went down there, I got the Bible out and I just read through the story. And when I read through the story, I got to the end of it and I thought, wait a minute. I didn't see anything in any of this text that would locate Sodom toward the south end of the Dead Sea. And I thought, well, maybe I'm sleep reading. You ever sleep drive or sleep? You're so tired. Right. You got from here to there, but you don't remember what was in between. So I thought, well, maybe I'm tired. And so I went back and I sat up real tall and I read through it again and again and again. 4 times I read through that passage that night. And when I got to the end of it, I thought, not only is there nothing in any of this, because I knew the geography really well. This is my territory. And I knew it so well. And when I read the text relative to that, I said, there's nothing in here that would locate Sodom toward the south end of the Dead Sea. Nothing.
And it seems like the writers are being very specific in the early Old Testament about geography and population.
Yeah, how do you know they're not lying about geography? I guess it reminds me of Sparta, how we thought Sparta didn't exist and then we found it.
Yeah.
How do you know the biblical writers weren't
Ancient
just
people, and I've said this before and I've been criticized. I had a couple of people criticize me for saying this in a lecture actually in Jordan one time. I think it was in 2007. And so anyway, they said, well, let me tell you what I said. I'll tell you what their criticism was. I said, ancient people never made up fictitious geography.
nowhere?
Nowhere do we have an example of a fictitious geography.
Not just Christian, but like all ancient texts.
Ancient writers, period.
Never made up.
Doesn't matter what culture it is. There is no example that I've ever seen, or anybody else for that matter, where a writer makes up a fictitious geography. There's no such thing as like 5 Acre Wood or Middle Earth, that kind of fictitious geography concept in the ancient world. They don't do it. Whether their stories and their characters are fact or fiction, that's another issue.
Sure.
Those stories and characters are playing out over a real world geography. It's real world. They have no need to make up a fictitious geography. They have a whole world around them, even if they've never been to some of these places. They understand that they're either north or northwest or south. They know where they are juxtaposed to where they live. They understand all of this. So ancient people never do that. Well, anyway, I made this statement in a public lecture in Amman, Jordan, in the second year of our excavation. And there were a bunch of archaeologists there. And one of them said to me, rather leading one, said to me, Dr. Collins, you should never say never. And I know that, but we sometimes overstate, don't we? I say, ancient people never made up fictitious geography. And she said to me, well, you should never say never. I said, point well taken. Can you give me an example? See right there. Okay, you say you shouldn't say never, but can you give me an example of a fictitious geography in any text?
Ever. No
Ever.
one anywhere.
Ever.
In
In antiquity.
It's almost cultural.
And she
Antiquity,
said-
they just wouldn't make
yeah.
stuff up.
And
Like,
she said-
geographically.
She said, no, I can't give you an example. And then I turned around and I kind of knew the dance that I was about to do. I mean, it was in my head because I wanted to make it a little bit more dramatic. So I said, well, okay. I said, but if you do, if anybody here, if you ever find an example of that, you have my email address, please let me know because I'm very interested in that subject. And so I turned around to go back to the podium to talk about my, and by the way, I had given a whole hour on Tal El-Hammam in the Bronze Age. Nothing about the Bible at all. In the last 5 minutes of my presentation, I had a few slides where I asked the question, could Tal El-Hammam be biblical Sodom? I just asked the question. And that's the context of this thing, this question that was asked of me, or this reprimand. You should never say never. Well, okay. But ancient people didn't make up fictitious geography. Do you have an example? No. So I turned around to go back to the podium, and then I stopped. I turned back around and I said, and if you find an example of what you think is a fictitious geography from antiquity, please, when you send that to me, include the criteria whereby you've determined it to be fictitious. I haven't heard a peep. That was 20 years ago. I haven't heard almost 20 years ago.
What?
And by the way, nobody will challenge me on. You can't challenge me on that because it's just a fact and everybody knows it. You can look at the Egyptian stories, Tale of Sinuhe, Tale of the Shipwrecked Sailor. You can look at all these Near Eastern stories, and guess what? You can map them. You can go to a really good source like Anson Rainey's The Sacred Bridge, probably the finest piece of historical geography relative to the Bible ever written, and he maps those stories. They're not Bible stories. They're stories from other cultures, but he maps the stories. Why? Because the stories are going over real-world geography. You can include in that the Iliad and the Odyssey. You can include all of that, okay? Ancient writers had a world at their fingertips, and they knew that geography well, and they put stories over the top of it. In fact, I have often referred to the Old Testament as a serial geography. It's a serial geography. No story or no person in the Bible is introduced without that first place is established.
Do we have
Location.
Do we have any old Egyptian maps? Because wasn't Egypt doing around at this time? And
we suspect that Egypt actually did have maps, but we don't have, as far as I know, anything that would represent a map that we would recognize as a map. However, the Egyptians did produce for us, particularly in the Middle Bronze Age and the Late Bronze Age, did produce for us what we call map lists. Map lists. And geographical place name groupings. And so we can, and their map lists were always like going up into Canaan. When you came from Egypt and you went into Canaan, whether on the coastal road or in the Transjordan King's Highway, whatever you were doing, they would list those cities in order as they appear going from Egypt.
And,
so from south to north.
And did they write about the southern Levant? Was there any record of like Sodom and Gomorrah if it was a pretty big city-state?
Well, here's the thing. They didn't write narratives for these things for the most part. There are a few little stories, like I said, Tale of the Shipwrecked Sailor, Sinuhe, those kinds of writings. And they did course up into the Levant, and they went places. But there were also two sets of what we call execration texts in Egypt. I mean, they're called the Egyptian execration texts. What does execration mean? It means curse text. So these were Egyptians who had a formulaic geography of Canaan. These were Canaanite cities, and let's just say Levantine cities, that they hated. They hated the Canaanites, by the way, because starting about 1700 BC, even maybe a couple hundred years before that, Asiatic Semitic people were because of climate, were coursing and flowing, migrating into Lower Egypt, into the Delta region of Egypt. And in fact, so many of them arrived there toward the end of the Middle Bronze Age that at the beginning of what we call the Second Intermediate Period in Egypt, after the collapse of the Middle Kingdom, Asiatic Semitic people took over Lower Egypt. The pharaohs of the 14th and 15th dynasty, who are controlling Lower Egypt, which is the agricultural region, the breadbasket of Egypt, they took over. All those pharaohs are Semitic. They're Canaanite. And so how much do you think the Egyptians liked Canaanites? They hated them.
It's an immigration issue.
They hated them, and it took them a couple hundred years for the Thebans in the south to get a strong enough dynasty, which was the beginning of the 18th dynasty. They finally kicked the Hyksos out of Egypt. So when they kicked the Hyksos out of Egypt, they came in, and a whole other kingdom was born in Egypt, the New Kingdom. And of course, we have a reunified Egypt. But let's face it, Egypt lost half of its domain to Asiatic Semitic people. So they hated these people. So they cursed them.
Execration lists.
Execration texts. And so they had a formulaic geography. By the way, this geography goes all the way back to the Old Kingdom, way back to the early Bronze Age.
Which is?
Go back to the third millennium, the fourth millennium into the early third millennium BC. So from like
BC.
3,500 BC down to about 2,500 BC.
Okay.
For that 1,000 years, the Egyptians were already cursing the formulaic geography of Canaan. So they had a list of cities. Here are all the cities of Canaan that we hate. And they would put them write them on bowls, or write them on little figurines and smash them, write them on bowls and curse them and smash them.
And these would also actually be more accurate, I would think. Because when I think in historically, if you're bashing somebody, you wouldn't lie, at least about the names of them. You want to say who you hate more than who you love in some ways. You want to make sure you're very accurate that way.
No, that's right. Because, you want to aim a curse at somebody, you want to make sure your relatives aren't living
You hit
there.
that target.
Yeah, so, and that's what they did. Now, how do we know this was a formulaic group of cities from Canaan? We know it because they're still using the same group of cities to curse in the Middle Bronze Age at a time when we know some of these cities didn't even exist anymore. So once the Egyptians got in their heads what that formulaic group of cities was from the early Bronze Age, they didn't bother to go in the Middle Bronze Age and check whether they were still there or not. They just kept cursing those same towns.
It was branded
over and over again. And so, for example, Jerusalem's on both on the early and later execration texts. Well, Jerusalem doesn't exist in the Middle Bronze I period when these things were written. It's out of business. Remember, it went belly up along with the other towns in the southern Levant around 2500 BC. So it's gone along with all the other Transjordan sites. The Cisjordan highland sites. So Hebron, Jerusalem, Shechem, all those central spine sites, even the great and mighty Hatzor to the north, all those were out of business all the way down to 1800. Jerusalem didn't exist between 2500 and 1800 BC. Nobody was there. And so even though it's still being cursed, it doesn't exist. And by the way, some of the Egyptians from early on, some of the old guys who were mastering these Egyptian curse texts, they must have said, well, it works, doesn't it? Look we've been cursing these guys for a long time, and they all went belly up.
Let's keep doing
working.
It worked, and so, except for this one. And I always said, now wait a minute, if the Egyptian curse texts were cursing the Canaanites, and Tal El-Hammam, Sodom, was the biggest, meanest city of them all, how come they're not on that list? And then I was looking at, I mentioned Anson Rainey's and Stephen Notley's excellent book, The Sacred Bridge. I'm looking at The Sacred Bridge, and by the way, he has maps. And I'm looking at The Sacred Bridge, and I knew it was
What is
there.
the Sacred Bridge?
It's a big historical geography
Okay.
of the Bible lands.
Got
It's
it.
biblically oriented, but it's very scholarly.
Okay.
And by the way, it's the only one you can academically use in like a thesis or dissertation.
You can cite it.
You can cite it.
Okay.
And so I was just one day just staring at this map of the execration text cities. And he has it mapped. Here they are. And I'm looking and I see, now the way he has it divided up, and I'll show it to you. It's in my PowerPoint. In the big all caps, and the big red all caps are areas. In other words, an important geographical region in which are cities. There's cities associated with it, but it's a tight geographical area more than just a city. And I think probably, and I think Anson, if he were alive, would agree with me, and we were very good friends, that these are city-states. And so I'm looking at this map, and north and east of the Dead Sea, right over the top of where Tal El-Hammam is located, he has Shutu. S-H-U-T-U. Shutu.
Which is probably an Egyptian name.
It's the Egyptian name.
Okay.
The equivalent of that in Egyptian, it can also be rendered as Sudu. The sh can be rendered s, and the t can be rendered d. Those are interchangeable. So it could be written as, or pronounced as Shudu or Sudu.
Sudo.
And I'm looking at that and go, wait a minute. If you take that over into the Semitic and you give it the Semitic nominative mem at the end, it becomes Sudum. I'm going, why didn't I see that before? You ever have aha moments?
Yeah.
It's like you've been looking at stuff and it just like your synapses in your brain didn't connect up. And all of a sudden it's like, bang, whoa, Sodom. It's right there. I didn't make this identification. Rainey did. And so I've got an Egyptologist right now working on this who's good in Middle Egyptian. But to me, it's a no-brainer. Linguistically, I know enough linguistics. I had good background in linguistics. It's a no-brainer. Shutu, Sudu, Sudum are dead ringers for each other linguistically. So there it is. By the way, now look at this. This is really interesting. We're talking about Egyptian map lists. So here you have Shutu, Sudu, right there northeast of the Dead Sea. Now, after 1700, or let's just say after the end of the Middle Bronze Age, as you move into the Late Bronze Age, and that's right on the cusp of that transition, when Tal El-Hammam was destroyed by fire out of the sky, and the Bible says Sodom was destroyed at the same time, the Egyptian map lists after that period, going into the Late Bronze Age, changed the name of that location from Shutu to Abel. By the way, why do I say it that way? And I have to kind of think here for a second because I'm trying to see if I'm communicating to people listening to this, watching this. Okay,
Abel.
What's he saying? Abel. And you might want to put vowels, but Egyptians didn't use vowels, and Semitic alphabet didn't have vowels. So the vowels are kind of squirrely. You can put a, e, o. We don't know sometimes.
Yeah.
So it's variable. So they just call it that's a glottal stop. It's not even a vowel. A-B-L, we'd say. A-B-L, Abel. Well, what is, you look up Abel in Egypt, what does Abel in Egyptian mean? It means, and when I saw this, it's just like, you got to be kidding me. It means to mourn a catastrophe.
No way.
No way.
So the Egyptians have lists where they curse cities. They have Shutu, which is like Sudu. And when you add part of the Semitic language, it's Sodom, which is Sodom.
Right.
And then they changed the name after 1700.
Yeah.
And they changed it to Abel, which means
To mourn a catastrophe.
to mourn a catastrophe.
Now, you also have to understand that Abraham and this whole story of Sodom plays out during the Hyksos period when the Semitic pharaohs are ruling in Lower Egypt.
Which is actually
So Canaanite pharaohs are in charge of Lower Egypt. Abraham's pharaoh, in his story, is a Semitic Asiatic just like him. And by the way, they got along pretty good till he told the pharaoh that Sarah was his sister. That didn't work out good. But he was an Asiatic pharaoh. And so this whole thing is playing out. If in the midst, remember, you're an Asiatic pharaoh, these are your peeps. I mean, up in Canaan, Tal El-Hammam, Sodom, Jerusalem, all these people, these are your peeps. Guess what? What's happening here?
Abel. It's a place.
If your most important city, and by the way, now we know, and Rainey even suggested this to me, the Tal El-Hammam was so big and important, more than any other site at the time, it was probably the city that fomented the takeover of Lower Egypt.
Wow.
It was the kingpin. It was the ringleader of the Semitic Asiatics that eventually took over Lower Egypt. Well, if that was true, that means this was a Hyksos city of some importance. And when this whole Hyksos city-state got toasted, and the word went up and down the trade routes that it was there on Thursday and gone on Friday, they renamed it. Well, it's not Shutu anymore.
doesn't even
It's
exist.
Abel. It's Abel. We mourn. Why would they mourn? Would the Egyptians in Thebes mourn the destruction of one of their greatest enemies? No. They were mourning. This word change came from the Hyksos pharaohs of Lower Egypt, who were Asiatics themselves. These were their cousins, their uncles, their friends that just got wiped off the map. So they mourned it. And they changed the name of the area to the place of mourning of a great catastrophe. To me, that's amazing.
That's incredible.
And so, is Sodom mentioned in Egyptian text? Yes, in the excavation text, Shutu is located right over the top of where Tal El-Hammam is. It's the name of the city-state, and I think Sodom was sort of the name of the whole city-state, not just the city at the center of it, which it is. It's kind of like New York
Yeah.
is in New York,
Yeah.
Right.
you know. So the city at the center is the name of the whole place. So the city at the center of the city-state becomes the name of the whole city-state. So anyway, we're not talking about something that can't be verified by archaeology. This is absolutely 100% verified by geographical study, archaeological discovery. It's all there. It's all documented. 100% of what the Bible says about Sodom, we find in the ground
We got
in
to
the
see.
southern Levant.
We got to see some pictures. This is
Okay.
We got to get this going.
All right.
This is crazy.
All right, now, shameless advertising.
Oh,
This
here's
is
your book.
Yeah, this is one of the books. This is not the most. We're working with Simon & Schuster. Simon & Schuster published this in 2013.
Okay.
And there's maybe a follow-on. We're working with them on maybe a follow-on. Either re-edit this, revise it, and update it, or a follow-on volume. I'm up for a follow-on volume.
Mm-hmm.
And because this goes through season 7 of our excavation.
And you had 16 seasons?
We have 16 total. So we're going to double it over and then some. But this published by Simon & Schuster. And why do I say that? This is not a self-published deal. This is Simon & Schuster.
Yeah.
Okay? And so you can look them up. It's not a small company.
Yeah.
You know,
It's the real deal.
You know, CBS, and they're all owned by the same big conglomerate. Well, here we are. It's a terrific book. It's available. I'm sorry the hardbacks are no longer available. It is available as an ebook that's available
Cool.
in a paperback.
We'll link to it.
Yeah,
Yeah, great.
yeah, and of course Amazon.
Of course.
Sodom. Now, here's some more advertisement. If anybody wants to check us out and get on our email update list and follow us on our updates, you can text Dig Sodom, just one word, Dig Sodom to 22828.
Or
Hang out with us.
digsodom.com.
Or Dig Sodom. You can go to digsodom.com. That's just the website. And we were going to put Tal El-Hammam.com, and we do have that.
Yeah.
No, who can remember it?
That's hard to spell. Yeah.
Yeah. Is there one M or two or three? Yeah. So digsodom.com, that's easy. And then Dig Sodom, you can text it to 22828.
Cool.
And you can get that. Now, this is from the Sacred Bridge. I mentioned Anson Rainey in that terrific historical geography that he wrote. Well, here it is. But I want to show you his Bronze Age map, site map for, look at that. Let's blow it up. Look at that. It's blank. That's the area we're talking about where
Nothing
Sodom and the
there.
cities of the plain. But I want you to look archaeologically. Look at this. That's what it should look like.
And so for anybody who's not watching it, he has a map of
He's got it as a
Southern
blank.
Levant, and it's blank on the map. So he has all these other cities, and then there's one blank spot where there's
And
nothing
now
there.
here's what it looks like since we started our project. Now, I'm not saying that none of this was in the archaeological reports in Jordan. It is. But because several of these have already been excavated, but nobody outside of Jordan even knew that.
Mm.
Wow.
They don't pay attention to it.
Is it published in a different language? They don't publish in English? Or
No,
why?
they publish it. Well, they do.
Yeah.
But
It's not well
there's a little
respected, or
politics going on there, maybe. But
It
a lot of
sounds
people
it sounds
just
political.
don't pay
yeah.
attention to what published in Jordan. And the Jordanian archaeologists are some terrific archaeologists, and they have their own good journals and publications. And if you look it up, all these were known. We just didn't know about them until we got in Jordan and started looking in the libraries in Jordan. And we found this. Well, not only that, but then we got on the ground and confirmed. We went to every single one of these sites, did surface surveys, looked at the pottery, the surface pottery, which is, again, my specialty. I can pick up a shirt. I'll tell you it's early Bronze Age, 1, 2, 3, middle bronze, late bronze. It didn't matter. That's what I do. And so we were looking at all of this. And then, of course, several had been excavated. We read the excavation reports, and we kept seeing gap, late bronze gap, 1700 to 1000 BC, gap. And all of a sudden, we find in a little book written by Rami Khoury, the archaeological sites of the Jordan Valley. And he was a reporter, journalist for a long time for the Lebanon Star. But he'd written a book on sites in the Jordan Valley. And so I'm looking, he's got a catalog of all these sites, and I'm looking at it, and I come to Tal El-Hammam. And the first line of the Tal El-Hammam entry, he says, Tal El-Hammam is the largest archaeological ruin in the Jordan Valley. And I'm going, wait a minute. How come I've never heard of that? I've been all over this area.
Yeah, you're a professor of archaeology. You've
I've never heard of
established
that.
an archaeology
Yeah.
department at two
I've
different
been all over Jordan. I've been all over.
institutions.
It's
I've
hiding
been
in
to-
plain sight.
I think I've been to every archaeological site of note in Israel and Jordan. That's what I'm thinking in my head. I've been there. I've been everywhere. How come I don't know about this? When you hear about something that's big, it's the biggest.
It's the biggest.
Why haven't I ever been there? Why didn't I know about this? And that was very puzzling to me. And so since Rami said this was the biggest one, when we went to do our site to site, spent a couple of days just in our car going site to site to site to site, identifying each one of these locations, we saved that one to last. Because I knew, I'd been to the big sites, Ashkelon and Hatzor, and, the sites were really on the upper 2% tier of size. And I knew all of those sites. And so I saved this one to last. So we looked at all the others, and then we drove over to the location that Tal El-Hammam. And immediately when I saw it, I had to do a double take because no wonder people missed it. It was so big, it didn't look like any other tell. It looked like a mountain. It looked like part of the mountains. It looked like a hill spur coming off the highlands. But it was separate, but it's so big, you don't think, because you can see this tell over here, Teliktanu to the south, nice bump. Another one over there to Ramat, nice bump. Telkafrine over there, nice bump, all these tells. And then you have this monster in the middle.
What's a tell?
A tell, it could be T-E-L, Hebrew, T-E-L-L, Arabic, or T-A-L-L, Arabic and Jordan. It means a ruin mound. It means
Ruin mound.
It means a mound built up through successive layers of civilization.
Got it. So a bunch of tells all over.
The
and
big
you can
bump. They're
identify
big
'em.
bumps.
And
You
all
can
of a
see them.
sudden, there's this huge one.
Yeah, and I'm looking at going, wait a minute. It's kind of like in Star Wars. That's no moon. It's a space station. Remember that?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
It's like, well,
Death Star.
that's no mountain. It's a tell. It's a ruin mound, you know? So all of a sudden we're looking at this. And by the way, it was so big that people kind of missed it. And I missed it at first until I stared at it going, well, it's a mound. It's just big. It's huge. It's wide. I didn't even at that moment realize that only represented about 20% of the tell.
No
The
way.
lower city is much bigger, and the lower city is 100 feet higher than the surrounding plain, and that upper tell that I was looking at was 100 feet higher than the lower tell, but the lower tell is so big it just looks like plain. You don't even understand that this is a big 2-tiered layer cake. And I don't think I even realized it on that day. It took me some time to realize that there was a wadi coming down, a river coming down on one side of the north, river coming down on the south, and they both came around and they formed a platform, and they went together and they went to the Jordan, flowed down to the Jordan. So there's a whole platform, about 300-acre platform that was city, we now know, was taken up by occupation wadi to wadi.
Of course.
The fortified town is about 60 to 70 acres inside the fortification. But there were people living all over the place.
Why wouldn't you live there? There's two rivers running beside
Running
you.
over, yeah.
I mean,
And you got springs popping out of the ground here and there everywhere. And so here it was, and we walk, and we're driving down to it, and I said something like, holy something. And I'm going, you got to be kidding me. That's the biggest thing I've ever seen. And I was just looking at the upper tell. And so we drive down to it, and there was a military egress road gouged with a bulldozer from the bottom to the top, and 6 tank placements aimed toward the west. Obviously, where they were aiming.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a military place, and they had used it because it's absolutely strategic. Because when you get up on top of Tal El-Hammam, you understand exactly why it's there. 360 views, all directions. Nobody sneaks up on you from that point of view. You have a focal point that gives you clear line of sight to everything. And so come up to the top, and kind of amazing, really. It was amazing. And what was really cool was that the bulldozers had taken out about 1.5 meters of material. They had blown right through the Iron Age wall. Remember, there was an Iron Age fortified town on top, Store City, and they had, and the top of their scraper, we come to find out later, was just skimming the top of the Middle Bronze Age layer. Okay, so they had literally gouged out from one end, from 300 meters from one end of the upper city to the other, had gouged out this egress road. And as you walk down through there, you're looking at pottery, and I'm looking at, that's Middle Bronze Age. That's Middle Bronze Age.
Just on the sidewalls from where it's scraped out.
Yeah.
You're just seeing pottery.
Yeah, everywhere. And so I'm going, this is something. This is crazy. Why has nobody ever excavated this? This is nuts. And so, and this is going to sound like off the charts corny, but I had to do it. So everybody else went back down to the car, and I'm walking down, and of course, is my little private moment with the old girl. And Bible does refer to Sodom as her, right? So, I kneel down in the roadway there and I just take a hand of dirt like that, let it kind of run through my fingers. And I literally say, and this sounds like totally corny. It's in the book, by the way, because I did it. Because I'm thinking of MacArthur, I'm thinking,
Yeah.
it's like, oh, it's a historical moment, So I'm saying to someday you're going to tell me what you know.
Amazing.
And I threw the dirt down and walked off. Well, it took me 5 years beating my head against the then and had been long-time Director General of the Department of Antiquities and terrific guy. But he didn't want, you can have any site you want in Jordan, just not this one. Told me that over and over. I went back once or twice a year. I'm just going back to, you got to let me excavate. This needs to be excavated. Why do you want that site? And I tell him why. And so after 5 years, he told me why he wasn't going to allow a Christian to excavate that site. And I'm not going to say this on the air, but he gave me a good reason, because somebody had shot their mouth off of some other archaeologists of some discoveries they had made in Jordan, and they had connected them up with things that were not politically viable for a Jordanian politician. And the archaeologists couldn't care less. But sometimes things are a little dicey. Anyway, I said to him, I'm not ever going to do that to you. I'm not going to ever make a statement like that that's going to embarrass you or cause you a political problem. Not going to do it. So he leaned up on his elbows, got as high as he could on his desk, and leaned toward me and he said, okay, then, get me a proposal. 18 months later, I had a proposal on his desk, and the proposal was like 8 or 10 pages long. And he said, this is the best proposal we've ever had. But there was a 16-page addendum that I added on to that. And it was all my research on the location of Sodom and why I thought Tal El-Hammam was probably the location of Sodom. And I thought about it. I thought about not doing that. Well, I'm just going to go in, kind of go in stealthy. I'm going to go in archaeology for archaeology's sake, and that's fine. I love that. Archaeology is archaeology. You do archaeology. You deal with every stratum, every piece of evidence, everything. You write it up. You do good archaeology. But it's not the archaeology that led me to the site. It was the biblical text and the geography of the biblical text that led me to Tal El-Hammam as Sodom. And so I said, you know what? This might be a deal breaker, but I'm going to put my research on there. I'm going to quote the Hebrew in Hebrew. I'm going to put everything in there, quoted from the Bible, put everything in there. And I put it all in. And he emailed me and he said, are you going to be in Jordan anytime soon? I said, yeah, I'll be there in September. We took a handful of students that wanted to go with us, and we went to Jordan in that September of 2005. And we sat down. I sat down in his office, and we have all this on film. And the DOA director said to me, he said, when do you want to start?
Wow.
And like an idiot, this is September. I said, December. Now, I wouldn't have said that had we not our whole stash of excavation equipment sitting over in Israel. So we had all of our stuff from previous excavation that we were still involved with sitting over in Israel.
That's close.
So we could grab it, bring it across the river, use it, and then return it, which we did. And it was easier than I thought. I thought this is going to be miserable. But it happened. It worked. And so anyway, we got there, did our first excavation season 25, the winter of 2005, 2006. And we finished just a couple of years ago because I had to stop. You have to publish. If you don't publish, you can't keep adding to the data pile. You have to draw the line, stop, and publish. If you don't publish, it may as well never have excavated.
Is that for the Department of Antiquities in Jordan? Or
It's for everybody. It's for the world. This is at least 5 volume so far. 5 volumes of everything. Every sector of dirt, every artifact, everything in 3 dimensions reported, listed, everything, all the raw data, everything published. And of course our interpretations and things like that. But every dig properly, if they do it properly, does a final publication. And that final publication, it is going to, we're 2 years into working on the final publication. And I estimated in the beginning of that it would take 8 to 10 years to do it. So
You're 20 years in.
So we're more than 20 years.
25,
If you go back to actually the research and discovery part of the project, you can add 5 more years on. We started that in 2001. We first went to the site and all of that. So we've been doing this. You have to do the ground exploration. And by the way, so many archaeologists that do with Bible, they're not, a lot of them aren't even archaeologists. They put stuff out there about the Bible. They're talking about where this is and where that is. They're not excavating. They call themselves biblical explorers. Or they're just going out. No, if you're not in the ground, if you're not excavating, then just pipe down. Just shut up. Don't talk. Excavate. Research is great. Discovery, expedition is great. Do it. But until you're excavating, you don't know what you have. You have to excavate. That's where you check the boxes. Yes, is this what I think it is? Yes or no? And just go with the evidence. And by the way, I didn't care. I couldn't have cared less where Sodom was located. As I said, I had taken people to the southern excavation sites all the time. I just accepted the conventional wisdom that was Sodom and Gomorrah, and that was not a focus of mine. I'd never gotten into it till I read the biblical text. When I read the biblical text, I thought, what's wrong with people's brains? Why are they not reading this like I'm reading it? Maybe I'm crazy. But then I went back later. Somebody sent me a book by William Thompson, a explorer scholar from the 19th century. And then I found a whole bunch of them from the 19th century. These were surveyors and missionaries and people working for various governmental and non-governmental agencies and companies, making maps of that region. And so these were guys back in the 1800s, late 1800s, riding around on horses with their Bibles over their saddle horns, looking for Bible places using the geography in the text. And almost every one of them wound up at Tal El-Hammam, sitting on top of it or camping on top of it. In fact, W.M. Thompson says he's up there with William Conder, who was a British map maker, and they had come to the area with sort of military undertones because they want to know the area. And he mentions in his book which one of these ruin mounds around us, the one we're on, or these other ones is Sodom. We don't know, but it has to be one of these because this is where the Bible took us. And what I discovered after I did my geographical research and came to my conclusion about that, I start reading them because all the other 20th century archaeologists went south. W. Albright took them south of the Dead Sea. Now, he knew that there were no sites down there that could associate with the time of Abraham, so he theorized that maybe there was an earthquake and they sank beneath the southern end of the Dead Sea, and that's where that basin formed, it filled up with water. Well, what kind of theory is that? It's not based on the biblical text. It was kind of some, half-cocked theory that he put forth, and that G. Ernest Wright, his protege, repeated after that, and then all the Christian and Jewish scholars after that bought into it, and they put Sodom at the south end of the Dead Sea. Crazy, but it wasn't from the biblical text. But all of the 19th century explorer scholars, except for Edward Robinson, he's another story, but all of them put it north and east of the Dead Sea. And they talked about this. It was the circle of the Jordan, the Kikar of the Jordan, Genesis 13. There it was. Lot looked over from Bethel and Ai, north of Jerusalem, and looked over and saw the cities of the Jordan, the cities of the Jordan plain, and there they were. So it was kind of a no-brainer. By the way, if anybody wants to read that, the book, Discovering the City of Sodom. So anyway,
Great.
back to the map.
Oh, let's see it.
Well, there it is. Tal El-Hammam is the big one right here. Now, I want you to look at this. Tanu. That's what K-Prog had excavated.
So this,
Tanu,
we're
Rama.
looking at, for those that are listening, we're looking at a map of the Kikar of the Jordan, and it's a big circle.
Yep.
And over to the east, we
By
have.
the way, the word kikar in Hebrew means circle.
Okay.
If you go to Jerusalem today and you drive a traffic circle and you look at the sign, it'll say kikar.
Kikar.
So this is all within the country of Jordan, modern day
This
Jordan.
is the divider between Israel and Jordan.
Okay.
This is the
The
Jordan,
Jordan
River.
River.
So it goes right
This
through
is the
this circle
north tip of the
Kikar.
Dead Sea. Israel on this side, of course, West Bank now with Jericho here. Okay. And then there's, by the way, Jericho is kind of a loner. There are a couple little sites around, but maybe no settlements. So here's Bronze Age Jericho, and here's Bronze Age Tal El-Hammam with all of its Bronze Age counterparts. And so look at this cluster around. Yeah, this is city planning at its best. Every one of these towns sits on a major road leading out from Tal El-Hammam in all directions. You can go west across the river. You can go south this way up to Nebo. You can go up to Amman. Here, you can go north up the valley road to Tel Dan. You connected every way here. So Tal El-Hammam is right in the middle. It was never excavated.
And let me ask you this: after you having looked at all of this, how many of those cities seem to have been destroyed at the same moment that Tal El-Hammam was?
Now, these lighter colored ones, these all went belly up during what's called the Chalcolithic period. All these other ones went down in the Middle Bronze Age.
At the same time?
Same
you think?
time.
Okay.
They all have the same gap.
So it looks like there's about 10 cities that may have been.
And by the way, there are 100 and something archaeological sites over here.
Wow.
I'm just giving you the towns in this.
Yep.
I'm just giving you the city, this city, and then a bunch of towns. I'm not giving you the villages and the hamlets. They're all over the place. I gave you a couple. These were totally unknown. This one, and this little guy. We even named these Hammam Village 1, Hammam Village 2, and Hammam Village 3. We named those because they're just right there next to the fortified site and had never been identified before.
So what this
So-
is basically telling us is that Tal El-Hammam is dead. I mean, it's surrounded by other archaeological dig sites, and it was a huge city. It was a huge city right in the middle of a bunch of bustling commotion, and that's proven by the archaeological records.
Yeah. And if you look at site maps from various periods, it's obvious that in the Bronze Age, this is the tightest cluster of population in the entire southern Levant.
This
So
is where
a
everybody
very
lived.
important location.
This is New York City.
Yeah, there are a lot of big towns. In fact, there are a couple of core towns in like Ashkelon and Hatzor that are actually bigger than Tal El-Hammam. Those are the big three: Ashkelon, Hatzor, Tal El-Hammam, that group. But the other two that I just mentioned, Ashkelon, they didn't exist from 2500 down to about 1800 BC.
Oh, they came into
They
existence.
went offline when
Okay.
everybody else did. So Tal El-Hammam exists for 500 years when they didn't exist at all.
Got it.
That's important. So Tal El-Hammam for the Bronze Age, until it was destroyed in 1700, is the most important city, anchor city in the southern Levant. It was a loner city-state in the southern Levant for 500 years.
Incredible.
Everybody else was offline.
Big
It-
enough to be mentioned
it
in,
was doing
in the
fine.
Egyptian text.
Mentioned. Now, just because you're mentioned in the execration text doesn't mean you're a big concern, because Jerusalem was mentioned in the execration text
It didn't exist.
and didn't exist,
Yeah.
at that time.
But it's significant.
But Tal El-Hammam was still one of the biggest, if not the biggest city in the southern Levant during the Intermediate Bronze Age, the period prior to the Middle Bronze Age, and in the early Bronze Age before that. It was the continuous big dog in that region. Okay? So that's why Tal El-Hammam is so important. Why? Just because we say it matches up with biblical Sodom perfectly, I don't care what you think about the Bible, you can't throw Tal El-Hammam out. our site's bigger than your site. You know, it's like, okay. So it's like, you can't ignore Tal El-Hammam. So where does that take us? Well, hopefully to the next slide. I don't know what that's about. Okay, there we go. Now, so Tal El-Hammam and its city-state thrived until one day around 1700 BC when nobody else in the region had a problem. Nobody else went down. In fact, it was kind of a wet period. Tal El-Hammam went belly up and all the cities with it. How do you exist as the longest lasting population center in the southern Levant, even through times about 400 or 500 years when you were the only one surviving?
Major droughts.
And you could just thumb your nose at the drought and you were fine, which is Tal El-Hammam. But then all of a sudden in 1700 BC, the entire city-state is wiped out in an instant, and nobody can live there for the next 700 years.
And it was all put in a blender, and for 3 to 5 feet thick.
At least at Tal El-Hammam.
Everything's been blended up.
Yeah. I mean, it was destroyed, obliterated, literally just obliterated, and violently so. We find bits and pieces of people between the city wall and the palace on the southwest end of the Tal. And we've got like upper dentition and piece of an eye socket and a piece of a pelvis and bits and pieces of other bones. But how are they distributed in the matrix? From the bottom of it to the top of it. So we're excavating down, piece of bone, piece of bone, piece of bone, more bone, more bone, more bone. How many? Hundreds of them. How many pieces of bone? Hundreds. How many people? Don't know. 2 at least. And I'll show you some dentition here in a minute.
Just to be clear, because you have to publish a research paper at the end of all this where you document exactly where you found everything in the dirt.
Volumes.
You're calling the dirt the matrix because it creates this 2-dimensional grid.
We call it the destruction matrix because it would not exist apart from the destruction event itself. We're not talking about erosional detritus. We're not talking about stuff that's washed in, blown in, by natural winds or rain. No, we're talking about a single event matrix that was produced within a second or two. Sheared the tops of massive walls off. How do you shear a wall that's 3 feet thick? You shear it off across the whole site, where all the walls across the whole Tal are sheared off at that height, and everything in between is this matrix. Click on the right thing. All right, here she is.
All right.
Isn't she pretty?
Oh, yeah.
Now, what are you looking at? Here's the Judean hills across the river. Jerusalem's right up here. It's Mount of Olives right there. If you look down here to the left, that's the north end of the Dead Sea. See the water?
Yep.
North end of the Dead Sea. This is the Jordan Valley. If you go right from the Dead Sea, you can't see it because it's a deeper channel. So the Jordan River goes right along here on the other side of this green. You can see all the green in all directions around. This is even today, it's very fertile. If you get water to it, there's lots of water. Okay. They grow everything. Every kind of crop that you can imagine, from eggplants to bananas, everything. And so here's the upper city. Now you can easily see the 36-degree slopes. See that?
Yep.
That 36-degree slope, which goes all the way around the upper city, 300 meters from here to there.
So for those who
fields.
can't see it, it looks like it's on the south side of this giant mountain.
This is the south side.
There's a 36-degree grade.
Right there. You see that grade?
Goes from the top of what would be the city down into what would be the lower city, I
yes,
suppose.
The lower city's down here. Now I want you to look at this, though. Right here, that's the 36-degree slope of the upper city rampart system. It's a sloping rampart. All ramparts in the Near East, Mesopotamia, all in the Levant, other ramparts are made of packed earth or debris.
What's a rampart?
It's a berm built up to create an artificial slope that
It's a ramp.
disallows the possibility of siege equipment rolling up right against your city wall.
Okay.
So you build a sloping rampart, and sometimes it slopes outside or inside or both, okay? But always outside, and a wall built on top.
So if someone's going to attack you, they're going to have to run up a ramp first, and that's going to be a great place.
It's
for
a
you to
killing zone.
pick them off with arrows.
Yeah.
Oh,
swords,
that's
whatever.
right.
And you can't
Okay.
use
Yeah.
battering rams or anything
You
because
can
you got to
do-
go up the hill
With
first
a good
before
rampart
you get to the
system
wall.
like this, 36-degree slope, all
Yeah.
you need to defend your city are a few pots and pans and a couple of rocks,
Oh yeah.
because anybody coming up that slope is dead meat. Because if you ever tried to climb up a 36-degree slope,
Yeah.
it's all fours, baby.
Yeah.
I mean, you are not walking, standing up.
You're not running.
You're going to be on all fours, which means your shield is worthless to you. And so that's why this city, by the way, was never taken militarily. Now, look at that nice slope. You see another 36 degree? That's the upper city slope. It goes all the way around. And it's in our site, and that's why it's unique. And I think it's the first one ever built. Our rampart is built mostly of laid mud brick, not packed earth.
Oh.
It's made of mud bricks.
And why would they have built it out of mud bricks instead of packed dirt?
That was the material they were used to. They had been used to that for thousands of years. And they had lots of material to make mud bricks out of. They made mud bricks. Now, as I say, every other rampart system, and the rampart systems really didn't start till the Middle Bronze Age. It was probably a construction response, defensive construction response to the invention of siege equipment.
Invention of what?
Siege equipment.
Oh, siege equipment.
If
Sure.
you have a wall and somebody builds a wheeled vehicle, a tower that they can roll right up against and then climb through safely to get to the top of your wall, how are you going to stop that? Well, this is a good way to do it. You build a sloping rampart 100 feet high that slopes out and puts you out there 25 meters away from your wall,
Yep.
and you can't use siege equipment. Stop them dead in their tracks, which is what they did. But everybody else in the southern Levant, everybody else in the Levant and Mesopotamia, everybody in the Fertile Crescent, besides Tal El-Hammam, built their ramparts out of packed earth. They're just piled up dirt berms. Ours made of mud bricks. We estimate that the upper and lower city rampart system with the city wall took somewhere between 40 and 60 million mud bricks
Wow.
to construct.
Oh.
That says one thing: centralized government.
Yes.
How do you pull
Totally.
all these bunch of people together? You know, if you just brought a bunch of your friends together and you said you drew it around how big it was going to be and how many mud bricks you were, they're going to look at you going, "Are you crazy?
Hmm.
You want to build what?" But if you have a good centralized government and the government says, "Hey, you want to eat?
You got to come build some rampart.
We're co-opting all your farms. Big Papa now owns them. King of the city. A feudal system breaks out. You want to eat well? Help me build this rampart. Help me build this city wall. And you have plenty to eat. Take care of your family." And that's how they did it. You centralize everything and you can have success. Now, I want you to go right out here. Now, all of this around that you see here, this is all lower city. But I want you to see the lower city rampart. See this see the slope?
Mm-hmm.
Look at this slope. A lot of people didn't even know that Tal El-Hammam had a lower city. I want you to point something out. This, from the top of this rampart right here to the bottom of it right here, that vertical is 100 feet.
Wow.
It's 33 meters high. That's what this one is, from here to there. So the upper city is the same height above the lower city as the lower city is above the surrounding plain. A two-tiered city.
It's symmetrical.
It's and this thing is circular. I'm going to show you the top of it in a minute.
Okay.
In fact, let's just do it. By the way, what does it look like on a typical excavation day?
Here we are.
By the way, we were for 16 years, actually 18 if you stretch it into COVID. We were the largest excavation project in Israel or Jordan.
Wow.
There's some serious man hours put
Because
into
if you
this.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 10 fields across the site that we excavate in. This is just field UA. It's just one field. This is the excavation of the palace.
Because you have to have trained people to document everything they find, every
Yeah.
layer of the dirt.
Yep.
It takes a
Trained archaeologist from the top, site supervisor, that would be me, as director, 2 assistant directors, square supervisors over each square,
How big is a square?
trained and qualified. A square is 6 in our system. Every system is a little bit different. In our system is 6 by 6 meters.
It's like 18 by 18.
18 by
20
18
20 by
feet.
20 feet ish. Yeah.
And
Yeah, 18 by
how
18
deep
feet.
does a square go? Does it go as far as?
Well,
it
you'll
needs
always
to?
ideally go from surface to bedrock.
Okay.
I mean, archaeology works surface to bedrock. If you want to find the whole history of that location,
Yeah.
you do that. Now, how big is our site? Our site grid of the fortified footprint of Tal El-Hammam has just over 13,000 6 by 6 meter squares.
13,000 squares.
And just
you-
for an idea, how long would it take to dig one square, document everything, and do a proper job for one
Some
square?
squares we excavated for 5, 6, 7, 8 seasons and never got to bedrock.
Wow.
It just gets too deep. The site goes all the way back to the Neolithic period,
When's the Neolithic period?
10,000 BC.
Okay.
Okay, so it goes
And you're
all
still
the way.
finding stuff?
Oh yeah, it goes all the way back to that. We have We were there in the Chalcolithic period. That's the 5th millennium BC.
What sort of stuff do you find down there?
Mainly, we found pottery.
Pottery.
We never found any architecture that we could say was positive to the Neolithic period.
Sure.
But we did. But it's so big and so deep in some places that we just never got there. It took 80 vertical feet to get to the Neolithic Tower at Jericho.
Whoa. 80 feet down.
80 feet of strata down. So we never got that deep.
Wait,
So
did you dig at the Tower of Jericho as
No,
well?
no,
okay.
no.
That was
We have always been closely associated with the Jericho team, the joint Italian and Palestinian team. We had some joint conferences at ASOR and even in Palermo, Italy, together. And because we recognize the importance of both of those sites, we were twin cities. In fact, we called our conferences a tale of two cities.
when you showed the circle of the keycar, it looks like Jericho is the western sister
They're
city of Tal El-Hammam.
Yeah, they are just on the
Yeah.
opposite side of the river, about the same level that we are, almost directly east-west. And by the way, why are the towns all up and away from the river and not on the river? Because the Jordan River in the spring, and the snow melts in the Lebanon mountains, it
Expands.
widens out to several kilometers and floods that area. So if you're too close to the river,
You get
in
flooded
the springtime,
away.
you're going to get flooded. Everybody knew that. So if you study the settlement pattern of that area, you can see how the people managed to stay away from the
Yeah.
from
I love how
annual
much we know about
inundation.
this area
Oh,
through
yeah.
archaeology.
Totally,
Just
everything.
we know everything
Now
about
we
how
do.
humans have
I
been
mean,
living here.
before Tal El-Hammam excavation came along, people knew nothing about the eastern side of the Kikar. They
They'd
knew
just
Jericho side, and there's not much over there but Jericho. But the eastern side, nobody knew anything hardly. Not that people hadn't excavated there, but they just hadn't paid attention to it. And so now we know we're rewriting the history of the Southern Levant, writing the history of the area, because now it's amazing. I mean, this is one of the most concentrated civilization centers in, I would say, in terms of just simply duration of anywhere in the whole Fertile Crescent. I mean, we go back to the Neolithic period. Tal El-Hammam was there. Tel El-Gasul, the big Gasulian site's 4 kilometers southwest of us. It went belly up right before the end of the Chalcolithic period because probably their springs dried up. You know, a little earthquake cracked the rock, and all of a sudden the spring that was above ground now is underground. They went out of business, but where'd they move? They went to Tal El-Hammam. We think, you know, their problem was our gain. And so people migrated over there, and we find the same artifacts at Tal El-Hammam that they found at Tel El-Gasul. So those people just moved. But anyway, so we got down to the Chalcolithic period in one area in particular, and we saw how the Chalcolithic people had become the early Bronze 1 people, and how the early Bronze 2 people decided to build a massive 6-meter thick city wall around the whole site. And they condemned those earlier houses because they built that big city wall, right? We have broad houses from the previous periods going right on bedrock underneath the city wall. So they said, "Oh, I'm sorry you have a house here, but the city fathers have determined that this is the line of the city wall, and you're sunk." So they built right over the top of it.
Eminent domain.
Eminent domain, exactly. And but anyway, I like this photo because this just shows an average day.
It's a lot of action.
And by the way, this is a Roman tower that was built in the Hellenistic and Roman period. We built this wall because we built this retaining wall to keep all the stuff up here in the rainy season
From flooding down.
from coming down here in our excavated areas. But up here, all of this mud brick you see up here, this is all an Iron Age 2 warehouse. This was an Iron Age 2 store city. And so from everything from right here down, this is Iron Age, a little bit of Iron Age, but all the stuff down here, this is all this mud brick here, all of this. By the way, this is not, you ought to see this trench now. This is like 5 years before we quit digging this trench. This trench is absolutely huge. By the way, this is the kitchen. We opened this thing up to 500 square meters of kitchen. It's amazing. Anyway, that's a typical day in the life of an excavation. This is Dr. Lane Rittmeyer, one of the foremost architectural architects. Archaeological, let me get it right. All these A words. Archaeological architect, that's his master's and PhD in that. He does most of the reconstruction drawings for so many of the excavations in the southern Levant. This is what he thinks of the Middle Bronze Age city. We excavated this area. This is the temple area. We excavated here all along. We have all of this exposed. The Great Gate, one of the biggest gates ever in the southern Levant, which has a pillared entry hall, the only one in the southern Levant, very reminiscent of the Minoan palatial hallways on Crete, and because we have a definite artistic connection to the Minoans. And here's the palace area. That's the area we just showed. So that excavation was right here. And of course, you see it has a separate fortification. By the way, this last season, about a year and a half ago, we discovered right here a section of this wall that turned right here and went across here. It's 5 meters thick. It's the Middle Bronze Wall. It's 5 meters thick, mud brick. And the rampart underneath it, it's all made of mud brick. Millions and millions of mud brick. It amazes me the time and energy that they put together to.
And that's the
do
section
city.
right there where you said when you go on top of it, you can see everything. You can
When
look, you
you're
have the
here-
360-degree view.
When you're sitting here, you have it all under your purview.
No one's sneaking up
You
on
can
you.
see to the river. You can see to Mount Nebo. You can see everybody coming down the hills to the west, from the east to west. You can see over to Gomorrah. I didn't show you Gomorrah. Gomorrah is Tal El-Hammam. It's about a kilometer to the north. It's just right there.
Got it.
Now, why do I say it's Gomorrah? Because the Egyptian map list, and Moses writing the Pentateuch grew up as an Egyptian. So he lists all of his Transjordan cities just like an Egyptian would from south to north.
Following the
Sodom,
Nile.
Then Gomorrah.
then Gomorrah. You go up the road a little further, Admah, Zeboim, they all
It
exist.
fits.
They're all there and more. So it was a little bit disconcerting when I get there and I see that there's 5 major sites encircling Tal El-Hammam within 3 kilometers.
Because you wouldn't know which one was going to be.
Well, how do I
Gomorrah.
pick a Gomorrah out of
Yeah.
that?
Yep.
Well, the one immediately to the north is bigger than all the others. And something, okay, it makes sense now. And they're all on the old highway. The new highways are sitting on top of the old highways. The topography of the region dictates where you put a road. And so there's always a way to get from A to B. You can get from Tal El-Hammam directly to every town. You can get from town to town. And you can go any direction from there. It's really quite stunning, actually. Here's the gate. I love this because what you're seeing, what Lane did was these are the actual excavated features. This is a tower. This is a 3 meter thick wall right here. And you can see here's the Middle Bronze Age city wall. And then we have this matching tower here. You have 2 then towers associated with the city wall itself. And then you have this palatial. See these pillars? This pillared gateway and a light well. Lane says this configuration in the center here forms a light well where you can let the light, natural light in through the center. By the way, it's very Minoan. Very Minoan.
And the Minoans, I always associate the Minoans with the Babylonians, and I'm not very good at history.
No, the Minoans are way out there in the middle of the Mediterranean.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time period is like they're
The
earlier,
Minoan,
aren't they?
well, no, the Babylonians didn't come along until the Middle Bronze Age. As far as calling them Babylonians,
Okay.
the civilization on the island of Crete goes all the way back at least to the early Bronze Age. The early Minoan period equals the early Bronze Age in the southern Levant.
Okay, and they had a connection. There was a connection.
In fact, one scholar, notable scholar, said about the Transjordan, he said the Transjordan in the early Bronze Age looks more like Crete than Canaan.
Oh.
Wow.
There's a lot of Minoan influence. Listen, the Minoans were the highest artistic, probably architectural civilization in the region. They taught the Egyptians how to do a lot of their art. They taught everybody. They influenced everybody. They were more influential. Artistically, the Minoans were more influential than any other culture you can mention in the Mediterranean basin, Egypt included. So, wow, the Egyptians are pretty good. Yeah, but they weren't as good. Their art is not nearly as good from an artistic point of view as the Minoans. The Minoan art is unbelievable.
Well, let me ask you
Fantastic.
about this city gate. Is this when because I think in the story where Lot and the angels, I think it says that the angels came down and they were entering the city. And
Yes, and it's a Lot sat in the gateway of Sodom.
it would have been right here.
Yeah, it was, and by the way, look at the size of the people just to give you a sense of scale,
Tiny.
okay?
Tiny.
And so here we found these two little things. By the way, there's a bench here and a bench here where people could sit. And we actually excavated those. And so Lot sat in the gateway of Sodom. Just logically put two and two together. You can't prove it,
Right.
but it's there. If Lot sat in the gateway of Sodom, well, there's a bench on one side of the gate. There's a bench on the other side of the gate. Or maybe it referred to benches, wooden benches or something that were inside the hallway. But the fact is that this is exactly where the Bible says Lot sat. He sat in the gateway. But look at the size of this. It's a monstrosity. It's huge. By the way, this is a killing zone. If you're trying to attack the city here, by the way, this road does exist. This is not, by the way, the shape of that, this is all based on the archaeology. Exactly.
This is not a biblical rendering. This is
Not a biblical
archaeological
rendering. This is the excavation drawing.
Yeah.
Okay. And so all of this exists. This little entry right here, he didn't show it here, but there's actually a blocking wall that controls traffic movement through this area. And, but remember the angels said, and by the way, angels, it just means messengers. That's all. So the messengers, these messengers from God showed up in the story, and they're going to go tell Lot, they better get out of town because their town's about to be toast.
The only people that might take any issue with that would probably come from the Christian background. Can you explain a little bit more why, when it says angel, you think that even from a correct biblical interpretation, that could just mean messenger?
Well, it does. That's what the word means. So they're messengers from God, but from what dimension of it do they come from?
It just means messenger. What's the original word?
In the word angel comes from the Greek rendering of the same word, angelos. We get messenger. So, and by the way, just because you say a messenger doesn't mean it's an angel, but an angel is certainly a messenger.
Sure.
So it works both ways. But it's pretty obvious in the text. The writer, if you take the story at face value, these are angelic beings. Simple as that.
Okay.
But anyway, they come into the city.
Non-human.
Non-human.
Got it.
And by the way, I think these guys were so smart. The text doesn't say it exactly, but it implies it because it seems like to them, here's two guys talking, and they don't know that Lot's as dumb as a mud brick, right? As far compared to what they know,
Yeah. Compared to their angelic knowledge.
he gets sheep, but he doesn't get physics or astrophysics.
Yeah,
And,
explosions.
and these guys seem to kind of know what's going to happen. So I think maybe they drew out, if you read the story, they come to tell Lot, you got to get out of Dodge. We're here to make sure you get out of here safely. We've been sent for that purpose. And Lot says, well, okay, it doesn't say in the scripture, but put some humanity on it for Pete's sake. Wouldn't you say? Well, why?
yeah.
What?
Yeah, I like
Sure.
it here. Why would I leave this place?
Wouldn't Lot say, oh, what's going to happen? Tell me what's going to happen. So I think the angel he took the table and like cleared it off like this. You got a piece of paper, you got a piece of parchment, you got a piece of papyrus. Yeah, here. Well, look at this. You got a pencil, you got a piece of charcoal. Okay, yeah, okay. Now look at this. Here's you. Here's Sodom. Here's the north end of the Dead Sea right here. You got this? Here's the mountains over here. Well, if just a few hours from now, there's going to be an explosive object that's going to come in from this direction, and it's going to melt it's going to toast this whole area. Every living thing, people, grass, everything's going to die.
Let me draw you a key car real quick.
Yeah, it's going to show you. And all this area is going to be decimated, and everything in here is going to be dead. Now, I've come to get you and your family out of here. What I want you to do is I want you to go on this road right here, up the mountain, probably to Nebo. I can't imagine he would send him in the same direction as they knew the blast. So the blast is going to come from this direction.
Blast is coming from the southwest.
Southwest.
to northeast.
And I think this is total speculation on my part. But,
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the story, because Lot's response presumes that there was a discussion about this beforehand. So I think they explain everything. It's going to be so many kilotons, or megatons of explosion. And Lot's going, mega what?
Yeah.
What? What do you mean? Well, it's like, think you said campfire? Well, like multiply it times a trillion.
Yeah.
What's a trillion? I said, never mind. You want to understand it. The whole area is going to be dead. Okay. I said, so we want you to go on this road, I think up to Nebo. Why? Because it's at a right angle. I don't think he would have made him go up the road to the highlands going east,
Right.
because
Debris would have chased
he
him.
wants to get them at right angles to get him out of the blast zone. So what happens? Nebo is the way to go. And I can't say I personally did it. We had several members of our team that walked the Nebo-Hammam road several times. It's one of the standard ancient roads. Even the Romans used it because they have Roman mile markers all along that road. And so I think he told him to go that way. So then Lot assesses the situation, and his response tells us that the discussion we just speculated about probably happened. He says, well, wait a minute. If I go that way, I'm going uphill. I've been up that mountain. What if I can't get up that fast enough and this disaster overtakes me? And that's what he says. He said, lest I be overtaken. I don't want to go uphill. Can I just go, look, there's a little town down here, Zoar, down on the Arnon Gorge. It's right there along the east side of the Dead Sea. Let me just go flat. Let me just get on a donkey and we'll all just go fast down that way.
Yeah, because I got to take my aunts and uncles.
It's going kind of due south, but at least it's kind of going at an oblique angle to what the angels know is
It's getting out of the blast zone.
the trajectory of the event.
He's basically going, I don't want to go uphill. Can I go flat, go south?
In other words, I can go further on a donkey going on a flat little skinny trail
Yep.
than I can hoofing it up
that
a
hill.
fairly steep slope.
Okay.
And so he says, and the angel said, okay, you go to Zoar. This destruction is not going to overtake Zoar.
Dude, I love thinking about
We know that.
having a real conversation like
And I
that.
think the angels again trying. You see the angle here, and he's doing all the math. Maybe he's sketching out a couple of
And there's only like 5
couple
roads.
of equations.
Yep.
And Lot's looking at that, going, "What is this? And the angels say, I forgot you're human. Okay, you don't get any of this. But anyway, out of Dodge, buddy. And so early in the morning, it says the angels grab them by the hands and pull them out of the city. Get them out, get them going, slap the butt of the donkey and get them moving. And not the Bible doesn't say they went on donkeys either, but if I'm Lot, I'm putting on my best donkey.
Yep.
Getting out of town. And they did. They got out. Now, what happened? Everybody always asks me, what about Lot's wife? That pillar of salt thing, isn't that a myth? Isn't that
Yeah,
like
she turns to
weird?
salt.
How did she turn into a pillar of salt? Well, if you had asked us that like 20 years ago, I'd have said, I don't know. We've been looking in all kinds of Arabic literature and all kinds of literature everywhere looking for. We even found an analogy of that. We found an idiom that sounded very like that kind of pillar of salt thing, which was an idiom for cancer. Well, maybe she got struck with cancer, or who knows. But now we know with the dynamics, and when we go to the lab, we can actually look at some of the pottery that's so coated with Dead Sea salt, big huge crystals all over it. The Middle Bronze Age destruction layer at Tal El-Hammam has a very high concentration of Dead Sea salt that does not appear above or below it. How did all that Dead Sea salt get in that destruction matrix? That Cuisinart messed up
vaporized.
matrix.
Vaporized out of the Dead
It would have
Sea.
been. It would have been vaporized out of the Dead Sea because this thing came out of the southwest, would have vaporized vast quantities of not only Dead Sea water, the brine, but also the salt itself would have been in vaporized form. And then as it hit the land, would have just roiled it, mixed it in with the pulverized material, drawing this, dust, melting it in the air, coming back down as little particles. And all of that would have been, that whole landscape would have been heavily coated with salt, especially on the perimeter where you just have vaporized salt water and salt, not the destruction of the loose soil and broken bricks and pulverized everything. But over here on the fringe, just the salt spray would have just gone up over the landscape. The entire area on the perimeters probably were just coated instantly with vaporized now salt coating the landscape.
So when they went back after the blast, they would have just seen salt everywhere. And you would have looked and said, oh, she got turned into salt, just like everything else.
Exactly. In other words, what did she do? Said they all went to Zoar.
They went south.
But at a point, says she stopped and turned around.
So she went back to town.
I think she was just on the fringe of the blast zone, just on the fringe where she was going to get splashed over with this vaporized salt. And the whole landscape in that area would have been coated, and she would have been coated as well. So the heat of the event would have instantly killed her, but it was so quick, and the incrustation of the vaporized salt over the land as it precipitated out just coated her and the whole landscape. So she became a pillar of
So
salt.
her biological remains might have been standing there covered with salt, and she might have looked like a pillar of salt.
But thoroughly toasted.
Yeah.
I mean, thoroughly cooked. And of course, she wouldn't have laughed. Dead Sea salt is highly water soluble. It'll wash out in a rainy season. That whole landscape in a couple of years would have been clean.
Mm.
And you could have been probably maybe planting again. What's interesting is that the salt layer on the lower city, remember I said the lower city was never built over, so you're walking on the Middle Bronze Age ash layer right there on the top. When we're excavating on the lower city, every time it rains, and we're there in the rainy season, so we experience this off and on, because we always excavated in the winter season, usually January into March. And whenever it would rain, we'd come back out to the site, and it dries pretty quick. So when we would come back out to the site after rain, the surface of the lower city is white.
All white.
All salt.
The salt just precipitates out immediately
Wow.
and forms a white haze over the surface of the ground. And when you walk on it, if it's dry enough, if you walk on this white haze, it sounds like you're walking on crunchy snow.
That's
Crunch,
amazing.
crunch, crunch, crunch. And it does that all the time. So, well, wait a minute. I thought you just said that Dead Sea salt is highly soluble, the anhydride salt. So why is it still there after all this time? Why is it not in the landscape? Why is all the landscape around farmable now? And it's all, well, because it's all sloped down. Rain gets on and it washes into the wadis, it washes off. Tal El-Hammam, and remember, surrounded by a massive fortification system. So all the destruction layer and everything inside there sits in a big bowl. So I don't care how much it rains,
It never washes
it
out.
doesn't wash out. Just sits there in this big, gigantic bowl surrounded by a fortification system,
The ramparts.
the rampart.
Yeah.
That's why it's there. It never washes out. Now, how then are they planting bananas now with all that salt in that soil? How are they planting bananas all across the lower city, which they are now? Well, on the far east end, they bulldozed out a gigantic cut section of the rampart.
And now it's washing out.
And they purposefully hooked up, and remember I said there are springs everywhere. So you see these big, gigantic, this big around, black water pipes from their spring wells. And they put a whole bunch of those in that area and just flooded the area with water and washed it and washed it and washed it for about a year or more and washed the salt off the lower city. Now, where we were excavating, where they hadn't done that, we still get the salt. But where they were planting their bananas, they had thoroughly washed that, and they broke out the rampart so that the water would flow out.
So
They were
you're
successful
saying
at doing that.
this salt that's on Tal El-Hammam is from the blast, or is from the?
It's from the Dead Sea.
It's from the Dead Sea, and it got there.
So that's another question. How did it get from the Dead Sea? It is Dead Sea salt. We had it analyzed.
How did it get over there?
How did it get from 14 kilometers that way southwest to here?
And it's
How do you
mixed
do
in
that?
the matrix. It's all through that 3 to 5 foot matrix.
It's all there
There's tons of Dead Sea salt from the Dead Sea
in the matrix.
in the matrix from the southwest, and the Dead
Yeah.
Sea is from the
So
the
how does it go?
southwest.
Well, then some people would ask, well, maybe, is it possible that the Dead Sea water got really deep at some point in antiquity and covered over Tal El-Hammam? The answer to that question is no. No, it's not geologically possible. How so? If you understand the geography, you have the Lake Kinneret, Sea of Galilee to the north, surface that's about 700 feet below sea level. Got it? 700 feet below sea level.
Yep.
Dead Sea, and Jordan River runs down from there, down to the Dead Sea, and down here at the Dead Sea, 1,300 feet below sea level. If you filled the entire Rift Valley up with water so that the surface of the Dead Sea equaled that of the Sea of Galilee, making one big contiguous lake, Tal El-Hammam would still be 200 feet above the water.
Right.
Tal El-Hammam's 500 feet below sea level.
So it's not possible.
So it's not even geologically possible. And of course, any geologist that knows the area and
Sure.
publishes on it and knows that. So the only way to physically get water from the Dead Sea into the destruction matrix at Tal El-Hammam is to move it 14 kilometers uphill from southwest to northeast by some manner, some action. What was that? What would cause that? And that was part of the stuff we had to put together. Wait a minute. All this pottery's flying from southwest to northeast. This matrix is moving and smashing stuff against southwest facing walls, moving southwest to northeast. Everything about this is, the lower city almost has no preserved mud bricks, right there. But the upper city has this gigantic rampart and wall, and everything's sheared off, and there's mud brick up there. There's mud brick on the side away from the south. So we drew a line and go, wait a minute. In the shadow of the upper city, there's mud brick on the lower Tal. On the side where there's no shadow of the big upper city, there's no mud brick. In fact, Lane Rittmeyer actually noted that many of the pillar stones and the stones in the wall, which are some big stones, were heat fractured. These are the foundation stones upon which were massive mud brick superstructures. And many of those stones are heat fractured. So what do you make of all this? Here's what we did. We just simply said, okay, there's no volcanism in this area. There are no volcanoes going off in this region since human beings arrived. You can go back hundreds of thousands, millions of years. Yeah, you got volcanic activity. Okay, fine. But not since the Neolithic folks arrived or even Paleolithic folks arrived. No, this is not a problem. The Rift Valley, this is the Great Rift. The Great Rift goes right down into the Olduvai Gorge in Africa. This is all connected. This is where the Arabian plate meets the African plate. Okay. So it's highly tectonic, but not volcanic. And so there was no volcano to destroy this area, Tal El-Hammam. This is not there. By the way, somebody said, well, over here at this side of, we think is Sodom, or, we got sulfur balls. It's nonsense, absolute nonsense. Sulfur balls are all over that area, but they're the result of hundreds of thousands, millions of years old volcanic activity in that area. And these sulfur balls are in the natural marl deposits of the Dead Sea sediments. Okay, they're not part of this event. This is not a terrestrial event. Anybody that knows their Hebrew, that reads the text, looks at Genesis 19, it says, burning stone and fire from Yahweh out of the heavens. This is a cosmic event. Some people said, well, down at Baba Draw, a few of the charnel houses, were burned on top. And maybe there was an earthquake and some natural gas belched out of the earth and it caught on fire, went up in a big plume, and then came down upon the cities and destroyed them. This is fairy tale stuff. That's never happened in the history of the world geologically that I know of. It just doesn't happen. And so, and by the way, that doesn't fit the text, does it? Fire out of the heavens? No, this is a cosmic event, pure and simple. The Bible talks about earthquakes all the time. If this is an earthquake,
they would have said earthquake.
Say it an earthquake. It's an earthquake. And gas and fire belched out of the earth. They have language for that. They didn't say that. This is a cosmic event. By the way, we knew that going in. That was part of my original analysis of the text that I did way back in the late 90s, early 2000s. And it's published in a little book you can get it online called Search for Sodom and Gomorrah. That's just my textual research. But all that was a no-brainer to us. Everything that we were seeing was just bizarre. I've excavated and seen all kinds of destruction events, military destruction events, earthquake destruction events. I remember excavating up at Tal, Bethsaida, near the dead of the Sea of Galilee, and in the gate they were destroyed by the Iron Age gate, destroyed by the Assyrians. Yeah, Assyrians set the thing on fire. They piled in there everything that was combustible, maybe dumped olive oil on it, set it on fire. And yeah, it melted the mud brick, even melted a couple of the foundation stones. You can do that. If you can get it up to 1,800 degrees, 2,000 degrees for long enough, yeah, you can get some surface bubbling and some run and melting. Yeah, you find it called clinkers. That's known. But we found, and so when we found stuff, I knew what it looked like. I know melt. But when we started to have this stuff analyzed, and probably ought to tell the little story of the Trinitite.
Oh, yeah.
After we see it here in a minute.
Oh, yeah.
But so we have this melt stuff. So when the astrophysicists and the physicists and the material scientists and the geologists started to look at our stuff and take it under the scanning electron microscopes and slice it up, dice it up, and do all that kind of analysis, which is way beyond my pay grade. I don't know. By the way, we're the only excavation that I know of that's ever really done this. Who goes to all the trouble to do that big of a deep dive micro dive into your destruction matrix. You say, oh, yeah, it's an earthquake. That's all they ever said. And, but anyway, our guys started looking at it. There's a little backstory here. You remember that creepy guy that is just like
Yes.
The debunker. He keeps trying to debunk
the
you.
debunker that just he's a crazy man, and God love him. But I knew his work before we ever put a spade in the ground. Because of Genesis 19, I'm thinking, this sounds like an airburst to me. Maybe this was cosmic event. And so I had been reading. I have a good friend of mine, Dr. John Moore, who had been feeding me articles by this fellow. I'd read all of his stuff, all of his published stuff. And by the way, he's big into computer models. He's not so much into the ground. He's not so much into the actual physical, right? But he's more into like comparing these things to atomic nuclear bombs and things like that, and forces and temperatures and all of that. And so I'd read everything he'd ever published. I knew this guy's work really well, and I appreciated it a lot. So when we started finding this odd melt stuff, odd temperature stuff at our site, and I'll tell you about one of them in a minute, but who did I call? I called him. He's right here in Albuquerque. He's right here at Sandia National Labs. I called him. And I offered him, I can't remember, I called him or I emailed him, one or the other, or maybe both. And I said, we're finding this oddball stuff. I need an expert on potential impact or airburst events to come and take samples, do all this stuff. I said, I can't do that. It's not my specialty. But you can. And I invited him to be the lead scientist on the investigation of what destroyed Tal El-Hammam. He turned me down. Now, I know why he turned me down. I don't have to speculate too hard. I was all over the internet. I was known as a Christian, maybe even an evangelical by a lot of people. Yes. And although he told me a million times, if he told me once, oh, I'm not against the Bible. I have 5 Bibles in my house. He's an anti-Bible guy. He's an atheist and an anti-Bible guy, big time. So he turned me down flat. Is that science? An opportunity to investigate a potential cosmic blast over an urban area for the first time in the history of the planet? And you're an expert in this kind of thing? You even were part of Tunguska and the Libyan desert investigation, all that. And you're going to turn this down? Why would you turn that down?
That's sad.
He doesn't want
It's a shame.
confirm something that supports a biblical narrative.
Yeah, exactly. It was categorically, he did not want his reputation to be dragged into the confirmation of the biblical narrative. He knew from the get-go that's where this was going to lead, and if he found it, and so since then, guess what? So he then, knowing now that I had given him a heads up, that we were finding all this really oddball stuff that's totally off the charts in terms of the standard proxies for most kinds of destruction events. We have all this stuff that doesn't fit a terrestrial model at all. And now he has, from that moment on, he turned against, he was bound and determined to debunk everything that came out about this. Everywhere, in every venue, it didn't matter where it was, scientific papers, journals, everywhere, just casual conversation. He attacks it vitriolically as a man possessed. And this is not science. This is not science. And I want to tell everybody out there who sees this guy, sees anything he puts out, What I want you to know is I offered him first shot to do him personally, to put together a team as with him at the head of it, to do the analysis of a potential airburst destruction or other kind of destruction. Didn't matter to me what it was, what we're seeing oddball stuff. I need somebody beyond my pay grade. I need somebody who can handle this, take samples, run the tests, and do this research. And he turned it down. Well, a number of years later, a few years later, we got connected up with some of the guys that 21 scientists wound up on this paper that was published in Nature Scientific Reports, which this other individual eventually slandered and just bludgeoned the editors of NSR so much that they eventually, after 5 years, retracted the paper, which was totally unscientific on their part. I mean, it was to the point of immoral.
Politics exist everywhere.
Yeah, it was not science at all. Anyway, and so eventually, and this was kind of a domino effect, Dr. Phil Sylvia, our director of scientific analysis, he had written his doctoral dissertation on this potentiality of a destruction event. And we met one guy. We didn't know this whole network of people studying airburst, cosmic destructions existed. But one thing led to another. This guy knew this guy, and this guy knew this guy. And they were all over the place. They were at major universities. I mean, these are, I don't even know what their background is. Some may be people of faith, some I'm sure are not. But they were all over the country. They're all over the world. And they knew each other. So this guy said, yeah, I've got a piece of this from Tal El-Hammam. I'm examining it. We've got it scheduled for the SEM. And he said, well, can I get a piece of that? So we have all this stuff. So we're starting to parcel it out, and they're slicing it up and dicing it up. And our little samples are getting smaller and smaller because everybody's got pieces. And we keep finding it every season. Keep finding, well, oh God, this is melted mud brick. Oh, here's melted this. Here's melted that. Look at all this stuff. And so there's plenty of stuff to go around. So we're sending it all out. And so they wind up, 21 scientists, after 6 or 8 years of looking at this stuff, they publish it. And then this detractor just goes ballistic. But I want people to know, the guy who's the biggest screamer against this was the first person I offered the opportunity. And it would have been a paid gig. I offered him the opportunity to step up and study a potential airburst over a urban area in antiquity. And he turned it down flat.
Well, I think you're to be commended for that, and I appreciate you staying true to the science about the whole thing. So,
and it's understandable why you would go out of your way to mention this, because the number of human beings that will ever be at the level of sophistication of history, of linguistics, of cultures of the time, to be able to have an informed opinion, which we will base our textbooks on, is very small. And as you mentioned before, the earlier site of Sodom and Gomorrah was misplaced because of like 2 people. So you want to get this clear, and you want to leave this for the archaeological record precisely, because you know that 1 or 2 voices can deviate the course and send it
exactly.
off.
And let me say this for the record. What record? Is there like a cosmic record?
The NSA is always listening.
That's right. For the NSA's record.
Listen, and I've said this from the beginning. Because some people even came along, just from the geographical point of view. Some people have come along and said, oh, Collins, yeah, he found this great site. Tal El-Hammam's a great site, but now he's trying to make it into Sodom. Anybody that says that has no clue what they're talking about. They do not know the history of it. They don't know my history. They don't know any of that, because I didn't just run across this great site. I didn't even know it existed. I didn't know the name Tal El-Hammam. I didn't know it because I thought Sodom was at the south end of the Dead Sea. That was fine for me, and I didn't really care. But when I read the text, when I started to analyze the text, and I'm an analyzer, when I analyzed the text, what I had always believed didn't sit right. Didn't feel right, didn't sit right, wasn't right. And I am an evidential factualist. That's what I am. Whatever other pigeonhole that sticks me in some, however people want to tag me, that's fine. But I get where I get on the basis of facts and evidence. I go where the evidence leads. I couldn't have cared less, and I still don't care where Sodom is located. I do not care where Sodom is located. Central Park, Brisbane, Australia. I don't care. I don't care. Of course, we all know it's over in Nevada. Right? But now it's more like Disneyland than Sodom, But I don't care. Why would I care? Why would an objective historian / scientist / archaeologist care about where something is located? Why would I care? There's no theological point to be made. There's more moral point to be made. There's no point, There's no point to be made.
I do appreciate you taking the time to clarify on this, because to what Austin was saying, it's such a complex situation, and you have to know both the historical background, all the different passages we have from this, both biblical and extra biblical, non-biblical. And then also you have to know archaeology, and you don't have to 3D excavate something and then analyze things. And there's so many things happening here that for the common person that's just sort of listening, it's very delicate. And so to take time to explain that, I think is really important. And I think your work is speaking for itself. Like, I'm excited to get into these photos because I think everybody gets to decide for themselves when they see it.
And you keep pounding on me to get into the photos.
I want to see it, man.
And I'm going there.
I know.
But let me finish this little vignette. Tirade, maybe. But people say, yeah, Collins is just trying to make Tal El-Hammam into Sodom. No. The fact is that I read the text. I became immediately dissatisfied with how people had represented the text or twisted the text in order to put Sodom in what seemed to me to be obviously the wrong place. And so I just wanted to know what the truth was. So I purposefully didn't read I stopped listening to everybody and reading anybody about where Sodom was. I went to the text. I went to the primary source, to the text. I exegeted carefully, word by word, phrase by phrase, through the geography. I followed it because I've been living in that part of the world. Spent a lot of time. I walked all these places.
You got your 10,000
I have it in my
hours.
head, and as I'm working through it, it was easy to get there. It wasn't hard. It was the biblical text. I tell you, pure and simple. It was the biblical map in Genesis 13 that took us directly to Tal El-Hammam, because the biblical map says this. Now, you may not be able to get this from it, but this is exactly what it says if you really know the history and you know the archaeology and you know all that. The Bible says that Sodom was the largest Bronze Age city north and east of the Dead Sea. That's what it says. It was the largest Bronze Age city in the time of Abraham, or even Genesis 10. It was the largest Bronze Age city on the east side of the Jordan. Now, we know that from the way it's in the text. It's always mentioned first. It's the only one of those cities ever mentioned by itself. Okay? And on and on. So, if the Bible says Sodom was the largest city itself, and then with a city cluster around it in the Bronze Age, I suppose if you went to that area and looked for the largest Bronze Age city, you'd nail it. Wouldn't you? Am I missing something here? No, right. I'm not. I thought about it too long and too hard. And so that's what we did. We drew a theoretical map based on the text. We took and tested on the ground that very theoretical map, and what did we find? We found that everything was exactly as the Bible described. Well, only one problem. Instead of looking for 5 cities, we immediately had 14. So we had to do a little working, but we worked it out. But they were there. And Tal El-Hammam is the biggest Bronze Age city, the biggest, most, with the lengthiest occupation of any Bronze Age city in the southern Levant. Period. So it ought to be it. I mean, that's a no-brainer. We know where it is. We know the area. Pick the largest one, and you have it. And we did, and And I always tell, you remember that blank map I showed you? There's that blank map. This is Anson Rennie's map, archaeological sites in this region, and he has the Eastern Jordan Disk as a blank. But here's what I always say. Why is it blank? Because nobody paid attention to the literalness of the biblical text and of the geography of the cities of the plain. Nobody took it seriously. So they never looked. So they didn't take it seriously, and they didn't look, and they didn't find it. But we did, and we did, and we did. Simple as that. It was the Bible of Genesis 13. That is the biblical map. Everything else is secondary to that one, geographically. That's the biblical map. It took us there. So it introduced me to Tal El-Hammam. And everything else is history from there. I can't help it if I follow the map. Don't blame me for following the map. Don't blame me for trying to make something into something that's not something. It is something. The text didn't lie. It was right all along. And Anson Rennie and I even had lots of discussion on this. And he was, before he passed away, he was about ready to re-edit that section of the Sacred Bridge to put Sodom in the right place. And I had lots of scholars. By the way, everything I put out for that little book that I mentioned, all my textual research, I had what's called a 50 scholars list. Everything I put, every paragraph that I wrote, everything that I wrote, I sent to all 50 scholars. And I asked them, this is my little peer review group. These are the top archaeological scholars on the planet. I sent it to all of them. And I asked them, critique me. Critique my logic, my exegesis, anything and everything, and tell me where I'm wrong. And if they said something, then we would interact. And I have hundreds of pages of this stuff. And nobody was successful in arguing me down on it. I allowed them to do it. I wanted them to do it. Because I don't like believing something, holding something, putting out an idea, a hypothesis becomes a theory, becomes pretty much a fact. And then 20 years later, somebody comes out of left field. But what about this? Oh, oops, I didn't see that. No. I can't imagine our research being less comprehensive than it is and remains. We look at everything, climate, geology, astrophysics, the archaeology, the stratigraphy, everything, run it out to the max. It's all there. And so those who don't like to embrace that archaeology supports this biblical story of Sodom, that's on you. Don't put it on me. I go with the facts, 100% fact. Tell me one thing, and I will always put this out there. Tell me one thing that I've said about Sodom and the excavation and all the stuff I put together in every way about Sodom. Tell me what's not true. If there's something out there you think isn't true or you want to see the evidence of, get on an airplane, do yourself a favor, get on an airplane, come here to Albuquerque and sit down with me for 10, 20, 50 minutes, 100 hours. I don't care. Sit with me, and before we get up from that chair, you will be convinced that I'm right. I guarantee it. If I had the money, I put a dollar amount on it.
I love that.
So, I'm that sure.
Yeah.
And
let's hope somebody takes you up on it.
You're just a person of faith. This is nothing. Faith? It's nothing to do with faith. All the faith guys put Sodom at the south end of the Dead Sea. Not all of them.
That's right.
But it's like, no, this has nothing to do with that. This has to do with text, archaeology, geography. It has to do with these kinds of things. And I can't help it from Genesis 19, that phenomenological language pulled in the idea of a cosmic event. And the archaeological evidence, physical evidence actually attests, leans in the direction of that kind of event destroying the city. And the people who try to be detractors on this, oh, please spare me. Don't go off and say, "Oh, we have that at our site. Oh, we have melt product. We have this." In fact, I did a presentation on the Hammam terminal destruction event, Middle Bronze destruction event from the time of Abraham. I did a presentation, and I do one almost every year at ASOR. And I was presenting three ASORs ago, and so I gave my paper, and a guy stood up in the end of it, and he said, "Oh, we have that stuff at our site, that melt, but all the stuff you're finding is just common destruction stuff." I said, "How can I ask you, how many boiled zircons do you have under the surfaces of pottery or other melt products at your site or any site that you can document for me?" And he just didn't say anything. I said, "Oh, by the way, a zircon melts at just short of 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. I mean, boils. We have pieces of pottery and other melt products with zircons next to the viscous material that went to boiling, went to off-gassing." I said, "I'm sorry. You can't do that with anything terrestrial. Not with a kiln, not with a metal smelting furnace, nothing. I'm sorry. It's not my fault."
That's awesome.
Stay with the science, people. Stay with the science. So where are the myths and legends? Sodom is not a myth. The existence of Sodom, the destruction of Sodom, the location of Sodom, none of that's mythical. There's not one mythical syllable to that whole thing. You know where the myths are? The myths are, I find, the myths and the silliness are in the minds and the mouths of the detractors. Those who are trying to come against it. They're not bringing science. They're bringing conventional wisdom. And conventional wisdom is often the enemy of science. When this Nature Scientific Reports article came out in 2021, and I told the guys, and I was not on the paper. They were focusing on our work. They were doing analysis from our site. But I didn't feel, I said, this is going to be physics and astrophysics and all of that. And that's not my expertise. I mean, I can sit there and I can enjoy it and we can talk about it, but I can't really contribute to that. And so they did it. 21 authors did a great job. But when it came out, they had there was a pushback that was from a few sectors that was just crazy. But I had told them, I read through the paper. They sent it to me. Okay, read through it and fact check it. And from your perspective as the dig director. And so I did. And they had made a statement in there. Here's what they said. They said, perhaps, I can't remember whether they stated it or whether they made it a question, but the gist of it was this: could this destruction, this fiery cosmic destruction of Tal El-Hammam, be the seedbed from which the Sodom story in the Bible arose? Now, anybody with half a brain writing this and researching that and knowing what it says in Genesis 19 would put two and two together. You would have to ask that question. But I told him, keep the Bible out of it. Don't mention the Bible. Don't mention Sodom. It just, because people will freak. Now, they're in their world, in their hard sciences world. And I'm working in the squishy soft sciences of archaeology. And I know what the anti-Bible sentiment is and how people tend to lose their minds. And said, so just don't do it. But they said, but we have to mention it, because if we don't mention it, then somebody's going to say, well, haven't you guys ever heard of this? Didn't you ever read that? Didn't you ever consider that?
Correlation?
So we had to ask the question so people at least be aware that we know that it's out there.
It's embarrassing not to bring it up.
Yeah, exactly. So they said, we're going to bring it up. We're going to mention it. I said, okay. Well, when it came out, not everybody. By the way, it became in its life with Nature Scientific Reports. It was downloaded way over 600,000 times, making it the top accessed online journal paper in the history of online journal paper.
Whoa.
I mean, it went. If a scientific journal paper can go viral,
It went as viral as a scientific paper could ever go.
most of these papers get read 5 times or
Yeah.
100 times, by
Or
people who
zero.
are really interested or
Yeah.
ignored altogether.
Yeah.
But this one just went everywhere. It got a lot of support, by the way, and by scientists who understood it. But yet there was some pushback. There was one anthropologist. I think she's probably more of an anthropologist than even an archaeologist. She accused NSR of caving into evangelical Bible thumpers.
She accused the hard scientists of
Caving.
caving to the Bible
Yeah.
Bible thumpers.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's like, well, I don't think so. But and then she said she called the connection of this event that they wrote about at Tal El-Hammam and Sodom, that was clickbait. She called it clickbait. Well, which was one of the dumbest things I ever heard in my life. And so I emailed her because I know her. I emailed her and I said, "Hey, I got to you're the one that threw this up publicly. It was an op-ed that she did in Sapiens, the online anthropology journal, and I said, you're the one that put it up there, and I have to. By the way, I haven't responded yet. It's been a good while, but sometimes these kinds of things are best served up with a little study behind them,
Yeah, right.
a little extra effort behind them. So I'm not in a big hurry, but I will respond to that. But this is kind of a response here. It's like, okay, call it clickbait if you want, but the point is that this is fair science. It's a fair theory. Even if you just wanted to test the nature of the destruction event and suggest that the biblical text, the writer of that biblical text might have drawn on oral tradition or other kinds of information exchange to write this story. It's a fair statement. The point of it was being balanced scientists, not trying to get people to read the paper. It's not clickbait. It's just a fact. So the whole concept was just that. Well, anyway, I wrote the editors of Sapiens. I said, she said this. I'm the excavation director in the center of this whole thing. I would like to write an op-ed responding to her. And you know what they said to me? It shows you how scientific anthropologists are. By the way, that's my background. I start off in anthropology, my undergrad studies. Okay, that's my background. I understand these people because I are one. And it's very soft science. Anthropology basically operates like this, and it's not a hard criticism because I understand this. It's perhaps, maybe, possibly, therefore. That's what the soft sciences do.
Sure.
So it's kind of theory based on guess, and then come to some kind of conclusion, which would never fly in chemistry or physics, or just wouldn't. So, but that's what they do, and so I asked to write a response, and they said, "Well, no, I think enough has been said on this subject." Really? one person's view on radical view, far on the other side of the spectrum. And where's the balance? What's wrong with you people? And of course, they just dropped it and they wouldn't talk to me anymore. They did not want me to respond to her. And that would have been scientific and that would have been fair. And I would have been fair because I know this person.
Sure.
I've given her personal tour of our site. And I understand where she's coming from. But when it comes to her assessment of the Bible and how she treats it and her understanding of it, she has no clue what she's talking about. So she's not informed. And so if I'm uninformed about something, then I think if I'm going to talk to somebody, criticize somebody on something of which I'm not terribly informed, I should become informed first. And maybe I should have that discussion. She has my phone number. She has my email address. Anyway, so these kinds of things happen.
Strange times.
Yeah, it's strange times. And so, but I knew I have a long history with this. I knew what a certain sector of the biblical studies people and the archaeologists, I knew how they would react to the idea that Tal El-Hammam is Sodom and that it was destroyed exactly as the Bible says by a fiery cosmic destruction. Which I always want to say, none of that's my fault. It's an objective reality. But I have in print and in a lot of venues given those who don't want to believe this, who think that everything in the Bible is pretty much etiological legends, I've given them an out. And here's the out. Because the destruction at the Middle Bronze II destruction layer at Tal El-Hammam is a one-of-a-kind, a one-off destruction. There's nothing else like it. In fact, I had one scholar recently say to me that he's been looking at this and he said, wow, it's kind of Pompeii-ish, isn't it? And I said, yeah, I think you're starting to kind of get the feel for it. I mean, we're not talking about volcanism like that, but we're talking about something that was very directional.
Yeah.
And so, anyway, I gave him an out. And here's the out. Toward the end of the Middle Bronze Age, around 1700 BC, a sizable space object, be it an asteroid or a comet fragment, came into the atmosphere at a very fast pace, at a very low trajectory, and blew up and destroyed completely what had heretofore been the longest enduring Bronze Age civilization in the southern Levant. Destroyed it. And from that reality, from surviving people around the area, oral tradition and lore sprang up, which eventually found its way into the Abraham story in the book of Genesis. That's fair.
It's fair.
It's true. It's real. It's unbiased. And it doesn't take a person of faith to adopt that view. But what I don't want people to do, and I've warned people, if you come against this idea that Tal El-Hammam / Sodom, Shutu, was destroyed by a fiery cataclysm out of the sky, exactly as Genesis 19 describes, if you push back against that and you keep trying to say, myth, 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 you can't put myth and archaeology together, it doesn't work. Well, it's not a myth. I don't care what you think about the characters and other aspects of the storyline. But the geographical stuff, the fact of the event itself and all of that, it's coming out in the archaeology, and I'm sorry.
It's in the destruction matrix.
And I can't help it, and it's going to turn out to be a slam dunk fact. It just is. I see it from the inside. There's a lot of stuff. There's more unpublished at this point in our publication. We're still researching. There's more stuff not published than published. Okay? So that little paper, Tunguska-like destruction at Tal El-Hammam, that's just tip of the iceberg. Okay, there's more. I don't deal with that micro stuff. I don't own a scanning electron microscope or have access to one immediately around me. But I know the archaeology. I understand stratigraphy. I understand But these guys who don't know one end of a trowel from the other have no right to criticize the archaeology side of it. So if you want to come in and sit down and talk about the archaeology side of it, you want to pay my ticket and your ticket to go over, we'll go over to Tal El-Hammam, we'll look at it firsthand anytime you want. Anytime you want. By the way, we were there for 16 dig seasons, and I put out to my scholars list and all around the world, if you want to come to Tal El-Hammam and check this out firsthand, whatever your view is about anything, come. You got to get here on your own dime. But when you get here, I will get you a room at our hotel and you can stay as long as you want and we'll pay for it. You come out and you hang with us.
I love it.
But nobody ever took us up on that.
Throwing the gauntlet down.
Nobody ever took us up on that. Why? Because if people talk to me long enough and they sit down with me long enough, they will find out one thing. I have no reason to make stuff up. I don't make stuff up. I look at the evidence and I go where the evidence leads me. If it leads left, I go left. If it leads right, I go right. If it leads up, I go up. If it leads down, I go down. Period. And if I'm not, and I open it up to not all my colleagues and even on my team agree with me about everything. And I do tell them it's a free country. You have a right to be wrong if you want. But we know, we have disagreements about interpretation of some things and artifacts and all of that. But I'm just going to go where the evidence goes. Here it is. What is that? What does that say? Here are 20 things. What do they say?
Yeah.
It's not just one thing. It's not just 5 things. It's not just 10 things. It's bunches of things that say they all are commensurate with one idea, and none of it's terrestrial. This is not a terrestrial destruction. This is not an earthquake. I'm the first person who ran the sequence of earthquake proxies and tsunami proxies and military proxies and natural abandonment and disintegration and all of those. Nobody had ever run proxies. What are the proxies? What do you look at what do you expect to find in a destruction layer or in a terminal layer for a site based on all kinds of scenarios? Everything in the destruction scenario in the Middle Bronze 2 at Tal El-Hammam is atypical. There's no proxies there that can be shared with things like earthquakes and military destructions and local fires or general fires or tsunamis or anything like that. There's nothing.
Now, what about lightning? Because you said lightning was maybe the only thing that could even get that hot.
Lightning can do pretty high temperatures. Obviously. The surface of the sun is temperature's not too hard to beat, right? We got all kinds of stuff that goes hotter than that in our destruction layer, but lightning could go even higher than that. Lightning could go tens of thousands of degrees, 80, 90, 100,000 degrees, even hotter, because electricity's amazing. And so the temperature in that shaft of electrical discharge is incredible. And when it hits the ground, when it hits soil, when it hits silica-based material, it turns it into green glass. It literally, and it's called fulgurite, and it hits and it goes down. And people excavate these things and they think they're like fossilized tree roots. No, they're fossilized lightning strikes. But you have to crack it open and you see the green melt glass on the inside. And we have examples. I keep examples of all this stuff for comparative purposes. But we're not talking about lightning strikes and dendritic green glass and all of that. We're not talking about that. We're talking about stuff that's spread over. Just about every place we excavate on the site has some kind of oddball melt high heat product.
So it's all over the place. That's
all
why
over
it
the
can't
place.
just be lightning. It's like it's too
It's
big
all
of
over
a
the
surface
place.
area.
Well, and people have asked me, well, if that's true, then how come the faces of the ramparts and the whole place hasn't melted into like glass? Well, you don't understand the dynamics of the event. The dynamics of the event is not just the heat pulse is one thing, but the concussive pulse is another. The concussive pulse, say that 10 times, has destructive dynamics. It'll blow your walls off their foundations. It'll smash things, break things, pulverize things, obliterate things. it'll strip flesh off bone. I mean, just the air movement at those speeds. They estimate the lateral air movement in this event at 17 kilometers per second.
Wow.
Even without heat, that'll strip flesh off bone.
So if something would have struck the Dead Sea prior, because I imagine if this were a comet and we're breaking apart, you might have had multiple impact points. If something would have hit the Dead Sea first, thrown some vaporized salt up in the air going 17 kilometers per second, you said?
Yeah.
That might explain how you ended up with salt 14 kilometers away.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Maybe a different part of the comet or whatever would have hit the site, but maybe you already had some of the water going into the air.
We don't have any right now. I'm not saying that there maybe aren't little craters here and there that were little calved off impactors. That's possible, but then there's lots of erosion and there's lots of alluvial deposition in the area, just meters of it. So even if those things did exist, they would have been buried in this area long ago. But it's and they think it didn't actually hit the Dead Sea. It's just this concussive pulse would just vaporize and push everything up over the landscape. And so, yeah, the dynamics of that are as I always said, beyond my pay grade.
So,
but still, as an archaeologist, what I see is when we excavate the matrix, and you look at the matrix, going, this is freaky, not normal. I got pieces of this vessel, 100 pieces of this vessel, and some of them are over there, some are over there, some are 20, 30 meters in that direction. We even have some that we're thinking, and I can't say absolutely, I can say absolutely on the ones we've already identified cleanly, but because they join, we have joins. But I have one working. I don't have a join, but it's a unique. It's the only vessel fabric of this type that I've seen in that stratum. And I have two pieces of this vessel. It could be two vessels. It could be the same vessel. It could be two vessels. But they look the same. I mean, but I can't join them like puzzle pieces. But they're 150 meters apart. One's 150 meters downrange from the other one.
I'm gonna ask again. I gotta see some pictures here
and,
soon.
And so, all right. Let's just quit the chatter.
Let's see
so,
them.
Collins, shut up. Yeah, just shut up.
Well,
So,
I love it. What I love is because I've seen a few of these pictures before, and I think that the picture's worth 1,000 words, and I think that's one of the things that's so helpful. To your point, is staying true to the science around it.
All right. Well, I'm going to jump through a couple of these, and because this is just basically talking about Ami Mazar here, talking about research related to this subject should be conducted in the future on what? Simple analysis of destruction events.
Yeah.
Because he's complaining that nobody does this. So and so this is what I put together. So warfare, fire, localized fire, generalized earthquakes, floods, tsunamis, volcanism. So here are the 7, and I'm just going to go through these. Here are warfare proxies. You know, this is just what you get. When you get warfare, this is what you get. Not all of the above, but maybe some of the above, maybe all. And so these are the kinds of things you get. What about for fire general? And notice that pottery on floors intact or broken in places, that number 4, that's in every single one of these, except for floods and tsunamis, which tend to push stuff around.
Yep.
Okay. So
this is distinguishing between the different types of matrices, or when you're doing a dig. These are the different features you would see if it's a local fire or a general fire or whatever.
If you don't, and by the way, there's been a lot of criticism about people's interpretation of their destruction layers.
Sure.
That they'd said, well, this is warfare, this is this battle that took place here, and so on. They said, no, this was just like a local fire, and you only happened to excavate this part of the complex, and the rest of it wasn't so burned. A lot of that has come about, a lot of criticism of people's interpretation of destructions, and I know it well. Earthquakes are pretty easy. Site-wide architectural damage, directional brickfall, because the strike slip motion of earthquakes tends to throw things in certain directions.
Oh yeah, sure, back and
Yeah.
forth. Yeah, right.
And brickstone scatter on functional surfaces. I mean, when stuff falls from top, it falls on surfaces, okay? Evidence of burning, maybe not. Objects on floors in situ, that would be common. Pottery on floors, intact or broken in places. Skeletal remains on surfaces or not. Maybe everybody skedaddled to, in time. Typically, these things are about 50 centimeters to a meter of destruction debris. Post-event collapse and disintegration. In other words, you're going to get erosion. If the site is abandoned then thereafter for 50 or 100 or more years, you're going to get erosion. Hiatus with sediment deposition or not. So, by the way, this is from Tal El-Hammam. This is our IBA MB1, IB2 MB1 interface earthquake collapse. Look at this. This wall was, the outer bricks are still there on the north side, but on the south side, they're ripped out and thrown that way. So this is all according to the strike slip motion, which is north to south with the tectonic movement of the southern Jordan Valley. Here's another location where you see this brick fall from this same event. This is the kind of thing you get.
So these are from earthquakes. Those two photos.
That's from earthquakes from
those
Tal
are.
El-Hammam.
Because there were 2 earthquakes at Tal El-Hammam
Big ones.
prior to this.
One in the EB3, EB2 interface. Yeah, 2-3 interface.
And in those,
then
are
one
those
in the
tectonic plate interfaces? Is that what you're saying? EB2 is a tectonic
Yeah, the
plate?
Jordan Valley is sitting right on top of this.
Okay.
That's where the two plates come together, right where the Jordan River is.
So
That
since
is the two
since
plates.
this is
And
such an old
so the
city,
the whole Jordan Valley is tectonically active.
okay. And so there are
In fact,
earthquake
what's
remnants.
scary right now is that it hasn't done anything in a long time.
Oh, okay.
It's way overdue for a good shake, and everybody knows it. But same thing in California.
Same like San Francisco, yeah.
Flood proxies, architectural damage to building, erosional damage, waterborne sediment deposition. That's important. Objects on floors or pottery on floors in situ, or things can be moved around, skeletal remains or not. Typical. In other words, you just run what's possible. And I think I have a doctoral student about ready to launch into this whole thing as a doctoral dissertation, pulling from various sites the documentation of various kinds of proxies from these kinds of destructions. So anyway, and tsunamis, and I always thought, I'll go through the, I don't think we're any danger of a tsunami at Tal.
No.
No, I don't think the Dead Sea has
Okay,
tsunamis.
volcanism, site-wise directional damage, ash pumice, objects on surfaces, pottery on surfaces, skeletal remains or not, destruction made, post-event collapse, all that. So you can run all those proxies. Thing about it is our matrix in the MB2 doesn't have any of these proxies.
It doesn't fit.
Doesn't fit at all.
The glove
And I'll show
doesn't
you the
fit.
list in a minute. So we have a sense of directionality. It's coming from the south. But by the way, our site sits on the diagonal. It's oriented southwest to northeast. The length of it is the southwest to northeast axis. Now, here's north. So this thing is falling from the southwest to northeast. Okay. And look at this wall. The bricks are still articulated.
Oh yeah.
It was raised, it looks like.
Yeah. Not only that, it fell and it was like all of a sudden it goes flat.
It was sheared off.
Yeah. And that's the only piece we found on the entire lower city. That's the only piece of intact mud brick in this whole area.
Wow. Which
Except
piece,
for the rampart.
Which piece in this photo fell exactly? Is it, are you saying this whole wall
Just
fell?
this wall. Not that
Oh,
this is a
okay.
foundation. This wall is falling off a foundation way in this direction.
Okay.
Okay.
And then gets sheared
So you
off.
see that collapse. It just went flat like that. That's the only piece we found intact. Everything else is just gone. Now look at this. You could say, well, look at this. This could be earthquake. I admit this could be earthquake, but not the other stuff in it.
Right.
Okay, but look at this pot. Here's the floor. You clean off the floor. It's sitting 3 or 4 centimeters above the floor. There's matrix underneath it. So this thing had to be pushed up or raised up or airborne slightly. And by the way, it's falling in a northeast direction.
Mm-hmm.
It's leaning in a northeast direction. Here it is after it was completely excavated out. but you can see this is a mud brick. This is just little pieces of pottery. And if we zoomed in tight, you could see pieces of carbonized material, flecks of broken plaster. In other words, it's the Cuisinart effect. It's the ground up material that's consistent throughout the whole matrix surrounding this. Here's the palace area. This is just field UA, looking down from the top from a photo. Here's the way it looks. By the way, here's the city wall as we excavated it here. Here's a tower, and it goes on around like this. This is the Middle Bronze Age period. Here's the Middle Bronze Age palace compound. Here's the service wing, 500 square meters of kitchen. And by the way, the walls around the perimeter are 3 feet thick. 3 meters, almost 3 meters.
9 feet.
And they're really big. So this thing is 4 or 5 stories tall, and with a big open plaza in the center. And the footprint of the Tal El-Hammam Sodom Palace is just a little bigger than the footprint of the White House.
Wow.
So I'll tell you that this is not small potatoes.
Yeah.
All right. Now, that yellow line right there, that's the top of the Middle Bronze Age layer. That's the destruction layer. You look at, you even have stones being thrown into the midst of that matrix. And here's a floor right here. And on top of it is other debris, which I don't have time to go into. But that's the people who showed up many centuries later. The top of that tell was as flat as a pancake because it was sheared off and filled in by this destruction debris.
Wow.
And here it is again, looking at a different angle. That yellow line and the red line shows a little bit of post-destruction detritus, but that line right there is this wall. All the walls that you see here were up to this level. We excavated
detritus?
some down and removed some of the mud bricks here so we could see the construction.
What's detritus?
I'm sorry?
What's detritus?
Oh, detritus is like debris.
Okay,
The
debris.
debris.
So it gets sheared off, and then a little
Yeah.
layer
And how
settles on the
How
top.
big is all this? I think there's this wall right here. I think there's somewhere in here, there's a meter stick. That wall right there's a meter wide.
Got it.
This is almost 3. So anyway, that's that destruction. Everything above that was built 1,000 years later in the Iron Age.
Whoa.
Here it is again. I want to show you this. Look here's a wall. Here's the side of the wall. Now we're in the destruction debris here. Look, brick straight up and down. Brick sideways.
It's the Cuisinart.
It's the Cuisinart effect. Here it is again. Floor, debris, burn, more stuff, rocks strewn. These we think, we haven't had it analyzed yet, but we have a lot of fibrous material. We think these are rugs or textiles
Okay.
that have been burned and just wound up in the matrix.
And
They're just strewn in the matrix,
Yeah,
and
they're
they just
sitting like half
they
a meter
just
above the floor.
They just smoldered
Wow.
in place, and but it's very fibrous material. Here's some more. Piece of a jar. This is very common. Piece of a roof beam, a jar, plaster floors or plaster ceiling stuff, mud bricks. Everything's just churned and piling,
It's jumbled together.
jumbled.
The ceiling,
And
the
this is
floor,
not-
the pots.
And this is up in the matrix. This is not close to the floor.
Okay.
Here again, pieces of wood beams. Look at this. By the way, there's no horizontal. This is up. This is under. This is under. So this is under this. This is under this. This is
Wow.
under this. This is vertical. So there's almost a meter of verticality here, and you have all the same vessels in the same destruction matrix, just piled over and churned. And you can see how this vessel is mashed. This vessel's partially there. So some of these vessels are partially there, but none of them are completely assemblable because pieces of them have been blown away.
Launched. So I have to ask myself, all of these were sitting on the ground, and somehow they all popped up to different heights.
They
one
all got
above the
moved
other,
horizontally from some other location and
vertically.
wound up in the matrix.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is even some, see this dark stuff? That's all barley. That's all carbonized barley. This thing's full of it. This had some. This barley is just being strewn with it. It's just kind of mixing in because these are jars full of grain. when your jar breaks? What happens to the grain in the matrix?
Flies everywhere.
It just gets strewn in there and lands where it lands.
Wow.
Here's another one. This is the floor. The bottom of this jar happens to be sitting on the floor, but here's the handle. Here's more pottery. Here's pieces of other vessels. There's about 10 or 15 different vessels represented here, and pieces of carbonized material. And we find this piece right here. Here's what happens when you clean it. You see this is all viscous, melted. See the vesicles? This is
like
all boiling.
Bubbles.
Looks like
pop bubbles.
Looks like lava.
Yeah.
It's not. That's the color of it. It's greenish glass. This is what you get when you get a really high temperature melt. And of course, if you get underneath it, what you see in this structure, this is a melted mud brick.
And it's like 6,000, 8,000, 10,000 degrees.
Well, they're different temperatures. Sometimes the surface temperature, this viscous melt, got up to 3,000 degrees or 2,500 degrees, but that's still hotter than lava.
Yeah.
It's hotter than you can get in a kiln, or you can get in in a metallurgical factory in antiquity. I mean, to melt copper, you only need about 16 to 1,800 degrees. To melt steel, you only need about 1,800 to 2,000 degrees, or to melt iron. So this is way beyond the temperature needed to do any kind of metal
Commercial
work or pottery.
All your
firing.
regular day-to-day activities. You're never bringing something to 3,000
and
degrees.
so what the analysts did was they go down and inside these vesicles, slice this stuff up and look at it under a scanning electron microscope or a microanalyzer, and they look at what's in there, and they will see pieces of this glass in the inside of these vesicles that have things like melted or boiled quartz crystals or zircon crystals or things like that. And this is topping out at ridiculous temperatures. And so, by the way, if you had thousands of degrees for 5 seconds, this thing would be a puddle of glass.
It's a flash.
That's
right.
This is quick heat.
And quick off heat.
And off heat.
Yeah.
It's coming and going quick.
Yeah.
And if it's not, then we're going to be seeing a lot different dynamics. Look at this. This is just matrix. Barley grains, okay? Mud brick. And the mud brick's really been kind of mashed and broken, but all kinds of little bits and pieces of pottery. There's some pottery, and here's a piece of something. That's probably kind of plastery, but this is what you get. This is what we mean the Cuisinart effect. You have a meter and a half of this. It's just ground up. There's no horizontal striations here.
And
this is not being laid down by wind. This is not being laid down by water deposition. And not only that, but as we'll see in a second, we're going to find pottery, the same vessel from the bottom of the matrix to the top.
And this is not, just so I know, this is not normal for archaeology, excavating any
It's
site.
not normal, but we still have some archaeologists out there say, oh, we find that stuff all the time. Show me.
It's not normal to
Show me.
find a huge matrix like this
No.
with the vertical elevation of pottery. All the things you're describing are very abnormal when it comes to excavating any ancient site.
Exactly. And the guy who named this the Cuisinart effect, he just had never seen anything like this before. So he said, this is what it looks like to me. This is a mess. It's a mixed mess.
It reminds me of the Will It Blend guy.
Yeah.
That on YouTube where you blend iPhones and stuff.
This is one of hundreds of radiocarbon dates that we have. Well, I'd say hundreds, over 100.
Sure.
This shows this is carbon. This is charcoal material. This might be a barley or something. We have lots of these from the destruction matrix. You can see where the center median is, about 1700 BC. It can go up to 1750 down to 1650. So that's kind of the average. And that's, by the way, this is the raw data that you get back from the lab,
from
the radiocarbon lab.
Yeah.
So that's what it looks
So
like.
this is why you're dating it.
If anybody
around that
cares.
time. Yeah.
That's why. By the way, this doesn't tell us anything I didn't already know about the pottery. The ceramics tell me the destruction time is Middle Bronze 2.
And you know that from your expertise in
from the ceramics.
archaeology.
It's the latter part of the Middle Bronze 2 period. Now, some people believe in a Middle Bronze 3. which is about 150 to 100 years long. The problem with that is I have a hard time embracing an archaeological period, the length of which is less than the noise range of any dating methodology.
Yeah.
That's not that much time.
So
150 years.
plus minus 50, that's a 100-year range. Well, if my period is less than 100 years, then how can I be certain that it even exists?
Right.
That's why I don't ever use MB3. Some people do. My MB3 is just late MB2.
Okay.
I'm not
Okay.
saying MB3 doesn't exist. I'm just saying I don't think it's a separate period. I think it's just the latter part of the transition from MB2 to LB1.
Got
But
it.
anyway, look at this. There's everything above that line is Iron Age. And man, look at this. Here's an oven. But look what's in the oven. Look at this is all collapse. This is all roof beam collapse. And it's full of pottery. It's full, and these are all from a publication. So each one of these little alphabetical designations refers to something like a mud brick, a roof beam, piece of plaster, a barley grain, that kind of stuff. It's all mixed and piled on top of itself. Here's some more. Now, I like this one. I call this the blowover effect. And I have a sedimentary geologist working on this, starting to work on this. But I want you to look at this. Let me blow. Here's everything below that yellow line. And by the way, why isn't it straight? Because the Middle Bronze Age people, the Iron Age people 1,000 years later, or 700 years later, are digging trenches into this stuff. They're digging trenches and they're going into the Middle Bronze material below. That's why it's not good and flat. Some areas it's flat, but here you can see Iron Age foundations being dug in. And so this is mud brick. Whoops. This is mud brick. Here. This is something else. I'm going to show you a little closer up this. This is the mud brick wall. The stuff that's going over the top. Now, this is a broken brick, ash, other material in it, pottery. But the stuff coming over the top, we've been looking at this. And by the way, you can see it go around the corner where we've cut it. This goes all the way across the whole palace area. The surface, about, I'd say, 30, 40 centimeters deep in some places, but all coming over walls and depositing like this. It's banking in a way that means it's coming over and it's blowing. This is all very fine particulate, fine grains of various kinds of things just being blown in one direction.
And deposited over the edge.
And the heavy stuff lands down here. As you go up through the matrix, the bottom part of the matrix is here, top part of the matrix is here. Now, we will find pieces of pottery in here, everywhere. But this is we think this is coming from the residual blowover as the event is over, but still the horizontal winds are slowing down and it's still blowing surface particles over what remains. And this is it. This is what it looks like. And this is going to be part of a separate publication. But here we have pottery. You can see this is going in a northeast direction. Trust me. You don't have to.
Everything was going in a northeast
that's
direction.
a cooking pot. This is a crater. This is a handle, and so on. This is 1, 2, 3 different vessels broken and moving in kind of a northeast direction. Everything's this way. It's not just there. It's moving in a particular direction. I love this one. I didn't do it. I should do a close-up. See this line?
Yep.
That's plaster. That's lime plaster. This is a mud brick wall. This is a stone foundation, a mud brick wall here. This is the in-between matrix. It's full of bricks, broken bricks. It's full of stuff flying. This is what we call a cooking pot casserole, Middle Bronze casserole. By the way, I can show that one to you. It's broken in about 1,000 pieces. It's 40 centimeters off the floor, 30 to 40 centimeters off the floor. suspended in the matrix, and it landed against this southwest facing wall. This plaster marks the plaster of on the southwest facing
wall.
side of the wall. This thing was moving. This thing was moving in a northeast direction, and it only stopped because the whole matrix, it was in the matrix, and it just happens to have landed going against this wall.
And
That's
it would have
really
survived.
incredible.
It didn't shatter into 1,000 pieces or anything, or like how does that?
Or
Is it in a bunch of pieces?
It looked promising, but as soon as we started excavating it
just
was
crumbled.
1,000 pieces.
Okay, yeah,
And it's taken us years.
but it just got frozen in time.
We're still working.
Yeah,
That's hard.
gotta
But
like
anyway,
jigsaw puzzles.
This is our saddle kern. I want to point this out. I'm going to show you this saddle kern. This is a one big piece of stone, about probably 350 to 400 kilos. It's monstrous. And
It's 2.2.
so there it is. By the way, this is a
800
field
pounds.
drawing. So you see the field drawing, and you see but I'm just showing you that. So let's look at it closer. Here it is. Here's a wall, and this, you're going to see it in a minute, the photo, but the saddle kern is sitting here, and I want to show you, and that's pottery, okay? This is the same vessel, just being thrown against this wall and running up till some of the pieces hit this wall here, which is a southwest facing wall. This is north. Top of a drawing is always north, so the diagonal gives us southwest to northeast. That's the way it's going. Here's another field drawing. There's our same saddle kern, only I'm looking at the drawing to the north of it, but here it is. And so here sits the saddle kern, and they're pieces of the same vessel that we just looked at, smashed up against this wall, and we have a saddle kern. And did we find between the saddle kern and that wall? Pottery, barley, lots of it, grain, carbonized, that was on this grinder
Wow.
and got strewn when the grinder tipped
So
over.
a saddle kern is a big rock that was
a
made
huge rock
that you could sit on, and you could use your body weight to grind barley.
Use a big grinder and you just do that.
So it would have had barley on it, and you're saying it got knocked
Yep.
off,
Now,
carbonized.
I want you to look at this. Look at this. Here we haven't fully excavated it yet, but here's our saddle kern.
Flipped on its side,
The
it looks
base
like.
of the saddle kern, it was really over here. So, and we can see the impression of it. It has rolled a quarter turn to the northeast. There's the grinding surface right there. You see some of the barley. Here's vessels, multiple vessels, pieces of them strewn across the floor, moving in that same direction. And by the way, when you excavate, you don't know this.
It's layer by layer.
You're just excavating a square and stuff's coming out as it's coming out. So we didn't notice directionality here until we started, number one, to identify where the pottery was coming from and then track it. And some of the pieces of these vessels were found 1 square or 2 squares over at different levels in the matrix in different seasons.
Wow.
So we don't even find them.
How many dig seasons did it take you to determine or come up with the idea of directionality?
Probably 10.
Wow.
I mean, you would suspect it.
Yeah, you start hypothesizing
if it was some
right
kind
away.
of
It starts
some
emerging.
kind of a cosmic event, but we didn't really start to get the real demonstrative indicators until about 10 seasons in.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, and then retrospectively, we could look back and say, "Oh yeah, oh now we get that. I
Yeah.
get that." So even though we were seeing it, in a sense, we weren't seeing it because we weren't recognizing it. Sometimes you have to get you can't see the forest for the trees.
Yeah.
Right.
So you can't step back yet. You got your nose in the trench.
Yep.
So here it is after it's been cleared out a little longer. You see this? Look at this.
That's the saddle grinder.
That's the saddle grinder, and it's in C2. This is where we found it. Now, who rolls a stone over like that?
It's like 1,800
I mean, this-
pounds.
This thing is huge.
1,000
It's really
pounds.
big. And I mean, I suppose you could, if you didn't want to say this was moved by a horizontal force, you could say that, I don't know, the head cook came in one day and said, I want you to turn that saddle grinder over and clean it. Well, can't we clean it sitting straight up? No, I want you to turn it over. That doesn't, I mean, you could create all kinds of goofy scenarios about how this thing got turned over, but I guarantee you, nobody turns a saddle kern over on its side.
Well, no, and you're looking.
This
at
is in situ.
Yeah.
The barley from it is still, you can even still see some there. It's on the ground. The barley is moving from here, banking up against this southwest facing wall. The pottery is migrating across the floor and banking up against the wall. Everything is moving from southwest to northeast. I mean, this is a no-brainer. Nobody would walk in, no archaeologist would look at this and experience it and actually excavate it and look at it and not say, this is a little weird. This is a little weird. Why are these vessels not in place? If this were earthquake, these vessels would be smashed in place. What's causing everything, including this hundreds of pound saddle kern, to be sitting there rolled over onto its side? And so, yeah, you just have to be honest about it. By the way, here's some of the vessels. Painted vessels. By the way, it's the painted vessels that allow us to put things together, because garden variety non-painted vessels all look alike, frankly.
That's what I was going to ask.
For the most part.
I thought I was envisioning just a bunch of brown pottery everywhere, but it looks like, no, if you see, you can actually, and I guess you can match them up too. You start putting the puzzle pieces together, and the glazing,
we'll see some of that.
The glazing keeps going.
Exactly. So here we are. This is just one little piece. This directionality, if you pay attention, is evidenced across virtually every place across the entire site. So something's going on here weird. This is a painted, we call it MSCWPW, stands for multi-slip cross-wipe palaceware, and it only exists really at Tal El-Hammam. Now, this is a painted version of it. Normally, they don't paint it, but this phenomenon of cross-wiping with multicolored slips, we've checked it with every middle bronze ceramics expert out there, and we've actually taken it to them and had one of our students write a doctoral dissertation on it. It exists nowhere but in the Sodom Palace. It's not even found at other places in the Middle Bronze Age at Tal El-Hammam. This stuff is found in the palace. Now, it is blown to the northeast, somewhat, but it's coming from the palace. This is palace ware, and the king obviously didn't want any common ware in his space. So this is what you get.
Custom.
But this thing was found strewn over about 7 or 8 meters. In fact, some of it we haven't even found because there's unexcavated areas from both ends, and I'm sure we would find more of it. But I want you to notice, when these things blow up and they get moved in the matrix to different places, they get burned or scorched according to what's smoldering in the matrix. The post-event matrix is smoldering depending upon what wood beams and other kinds of combustible materials are in the matrix. And I want you to look at how many ways this single vessel is not only exploded, but landing in different places so as to get scorched variously. This is unscorched, but look at the scorch. That's not a shadow, that's a black scorch. But look at this piece. This piece is scorched, but not like the piece net. This is scorched and this is scorched, but these two are scorched differently. In other words, they were broken apart, disconnected, and landed in different places where they got subjected to different heat indexes and anaerobic or anaerobic atmospheres, oxygenated or unoxygenated atmospheres. But you can see some of these scorch marks here.
Well, and this is also indicating how quick it was, because like you said, if it was lava or something like that, everything would just get burned up the same. But it's showing being burned at all different temperatures.
Yeah.
So it'd have to go quick and then start cooling down.
Yeah, and that's the nature of when you set stuff on fire, and not everything is combustible. Roof beams land in different places, and other pieces of stuff land, bed covers and other kinds of combustibles, cooking wood and other things wind up. By the way, the whole point of this is called same vessel joins. So these come from the ceramics registration. And what we began to notice was we have like this vessel, which is the same vessel, chocolate on white crater. And then we track it. One piece was found here, the other piece was found there, and lo and behold, they're on a southwest and northeast orientation. That's just two pieces. But here it is. Here it is in 3 dimensions.
So we're looking
Here
at vertical.
and here. This is the levels at which they're found in the matrix. South, and this is southwest and northeast.
So it's also
So there it
being
is.
blown up off the ground.
The matrix is probably, it's not as solid as a solid, but it's a moving matrix that is just, it's so thick you couldn't breathe. I mean, it's hot too. So, but it's, yeah, it's not an atmosphere where anything living could possibly survive. And so, but it is moving. It's horizontal. And this shows, here's another vessel, another unique chocolate on white ware jug. And you can see those pieces where they land. And again, we get this kind of a sense of a southwest to northeast movement. And there they are in the matrix. They're not found on the same level. By the way, where's the floor? Way down here. They're found way up in the matrix. And that's that southwest to northeast movement. Here's another one. Look at those.
Incredible.
Look at, this is 6 meters square. So look at this. The distance between here and here and here, that's about 22 meters.
Wow. 60 feet ish.
And we didn't find the whole vessel. So the rest of it's out there, could be 100 meters away. Now, here it is. Here are the locations in the matrix. The locus loci in which they are found. Look at this.
This is all just one piece of pottery.
By the way, this, look at this. This is 2 meters.
6 feet.
Vertical. This is 2 meters.
This is 2 meters.
Vertical.
It just happens that this is a 6-foot depth of the matrix in this point. I've said it's usually 1 meter to 1.5 meters.
Yep.
This is even deeper in this point.
It's a lot of matrix.
But you can see almost from the bottom of it, here's the floor. From the bottom to the top, this stuff is everywhere. This proves absolutely beyond any doubt whatsoever. There are no mechanics or physics that you can explain this away. This is a single event matrix.
It didn't happen over.
No, this is not erosion. This is not slow. This is quick. It's powerful. It's destructive. And this is what you get at the tail end of it. And that's the directionality of it. Now, here's that vessel. Here's that vessel. It's a beautiful multi-slip cross-white palaceware piece, a storage jar, and it's also chocolate on white, which just makes it even better. But I want you to see, look at this piece. Look at this piece. Untouched. Not scorched. Scorched. Different scorch. This thing's blown up, landing in the matrix in different places. If it happens to land in an area where there's still something smoldering, it gets scorched. If it lands in an area where there's a couple of mud bricks and there's nothing smoldering, it looks like this. Look at the inside. Nothing. Look at this.
Wow.
Look at this. Look at that scorch line. It's really amazing when you look at it. Look at this. By the way, look at this angle. That's a scorch shadow. That's a right angle.
So something was in front of it.
Yeah.
And the heat went up.
something laying against it or in front of it. And this, to me, this is fun to look at. And then in the ring road on the southwest end between the city wall and the palace, we began to excavate this. From the top of the matrix, once we got into the middle bronze matrix, to all the way to the bottom of it, we started to see pieces of human beings. This is a small bone, probably a radius or ulna piece. These are other little pieces of bone. There was a piece of a scapula in here. This is the top of a cranium starting to emerge. This is down toward the bottom of it. We've been finding bones all the way down. Here you have 2 individuals. Here is the top of a cranium. Here's 2 orbits. We haven't gotten to the teeth yet. Here's one that has fairly decent teeth, but you see they're really eating a lot of stuff that's grinding their teeth away.
Oh, yeah.
each one of these people has their wisdom teeth. So they're under 25.
Why are they under 25?
Their wisdom teeth have not come in yet. They haven't
Oh, they've
erupted.
not come in
they've
yet.
not come
I
in
said
yet.
that
Oh, so they're
backwards.
under 25.
Yeah.
Got it.
They have unerupted wisdom teeth.
Oh, yeah.
So they're fairly young. Because I still have my wisdom teeth, and I remember when they came in.
Yeah.
That was like a miserable month,
Yeah.
chewing on your wisdom teeth on
Yeah.
that skin. So anyway, they're fairly young, and but their teeth are pretty decent. So we think probably they're living on the upper city, probably. So, but they could have been guards. They could have been taking a stroll.
You're better off.
This, and by the way, we never found a lower jaw. Only the upper dentition and the orbits. This one is, see these orbits? These orbits are crushed. And I want you to see the reddish hue. We
Yep.
now know that the bones that are coming from the palace, whether be they human bones or animal bones, are heat affected in a very unusual way. And that's all I can say at this point.
Okay.
And this is the end. This is the southwest wall of the palace. And you can see the size of the bricks. Here's an Iron Age silo that was punched into it, which is the first Iron Age phase, 700 years after the Middle Bronze Age. But you can see the beautiful 40 by 40 centimeter mud bricks. And so that was the tail end of that. By the way, this is the most frightening piece of excavation that I ever did. And I did it myself because I knew that nobody else was crazy enough to do it. And my team, some of them came down in there. My photographer came down in there, Daniel Galassini. And, but we were 7 meters down.
Whoa.
In a trench that you could put your hands on all sides. By the time we got to the bottom, you could see daylight up there. But we were way down. It was very scary. OSHA would have never allowed it. It was a hard hat situation for sure. And but we had a very stable, angled, huge Iron Age foundation above us. And so, but anyway, I was bound and determined to. I wasn't looking for skeletal remains, which we wound up finding an abundance of in this area. But again, churned into the matrix. By the way, that's human bone scatter in that area.
Wow. And you don't know if those bones belong to the same person or not. Okay.
So, in fact, we sent the best tooth selection because you want to get the dentin in the teeth. If you can't get the petrous bone, out of the ear, you can get, which is a good one for getting DNA. But if you can get DNA out of dentin, that's good too. We sent the teeth to the Harvard DNA lab, genetics lab, and they had it for about a year. Just kind of going into COVID a little bit. So they had it for a good long time, and they finally tested it, and they said, unfortunately, the DNA was too heat degraded to read.
Wow.
Now they didn't say anything to them other than it's too heat degraded. They knew heat degradation.
Did they say how hot something had to
No.
be for that? No. Okay.
No. So we have no way of telling that. But it was too heat degraded. And so we were, oh gosh, were we disappointed. We want to see who our peeps were.
Yeah.
Who were these people? But anyway, Tal El-Hammam has this, there's the upper city. Here's the lower city in this area. Lower city may have gone out here. We have to see that wall right there.
Yep.
We have a stray wall that goes out here, and it's pretty substantial. So it could have come all the way out, and we do have a big village out here. So the city could have actually come like that, all the way to the wadi over here, which would make it much bigger. And by the way, you find artifacts. These have all been bulldozed out flat for agricultural fields, but they're full of artifacts. And so in this area, remember this area is 100 feet lower than this area. So we find almost no mud bricks from the Middle Bronze II period here, almost none. The stone foundations are just denuded of their mud bricks. But right here we have that 100-foot high rampart. Now that rampart does go all the way around, but I'm just showing you what's on the southwest to the south side. And then behind that, on the lower tell and the upper tell, we find lots of preserved mud bricks, 10, 12, 20 courses of mud brick on the buildings. Why? Well, if you study this, you get the sense of directionality.
They got shielded by the other ones.
That this is a more frontal part of the blast. This part back here is all shielded by this high upper city rampart. And so this is kind of deflecting the blast.
The blast hits the rampart and pops up. And so
pops
behind
up
on the back
and
side.
by the way, when it does go uphill, the dynamics are that it increases in force.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Based on the slope and the distance, it increases the force of the.
It compresses
of the blast. Yeah, it compresses it. So anyway, it did shear off big walls up here, but it preserved. We have a lot of mud brick down here, all the way down to the lower city, but it seems to only have mud brick behind this big rampart system. So, and then we came up with this, the atypical proxies. And the atypical proxies are this, and I'll just note a couple of them. Massive quantities of ash, way more than you would possibly find in an earthquake or in most kind of scenarios. You just don't find this. It's a deep mixed matrix, random fragments, bricks burnt, wood, plaster, pottery, objects, human bones, miscellaneous debris. It's all churned up, and all that debris is found through the entire thickness of the matrix. Only heavy objects on the floors. Another thing, evidence of post-event disintegration is virtually absent. You just don't see it. The nature of the tell, they're both flat top. And so being sheared off like that, there's no slope remaining. By the way, if the palace sits like this up on a pedestal, they actually built it up, filled a platform to build the palace on. It's higher than what's to the east of it. If this were natural, if this palace had been knocked down by an earthquake, it's mud bricks. Where would the mud brick detritus go as those over the millennia as those mud bricks melted away?
Down.
Where would it go? It'd go downhill. Well, we excavated right below the palace, and there's no mud brick detritus at all.
What percentage of the upper part and the lower part would you say you've excavated, and what percentage remains unexcavated?
Well, remember, there's 13,000 6x6 meter squares on our grid. About over 16 seasons, about 150 squares.
Okay.
So, well, that's like
5%.
That's not even 1%.
Oh,
I mean, so it's 0.1%. Now, that's a little bit misleading because that's standard for most excavations. It'd take you 1,000 years to excavate the whole site. And you wouldn't want to do that anyway because you want to leave substantial portions of it available for people in the future with better methods and technology. But as I said, most of the city on Middle Bronze City on the lower tell is at the surface. So you can walk the whole city. We can map that whole part of the city because we see the tops of the buildings. So that was great. We could excavate in certain places, but other places, it didn't take us much to excavate it. I mean, you get right from the surface, under the surface, 5-10 centimeters, and you're on it. Or it's sticking out of the surface, and you don't have to excavate to it. You can see it, and you can excavate it. So the upper city was different because it has 2 to 3 meters of Iron Age debris. Iron Age wall. It has 4 Iron Age strata. So you got to excavate that, and then you have to selectively remove sections of that in order to get below it. So that becomes a little bit more complicated. But the upper tell, we had, I would say, maybe a 10 to 15% coverage because it's skinny. It's long and thin. About 50 meters wide and about 300 meters long. So we got a lot of it. We did lots of trenches. We did lots of probes. And we did a lot of probes on the lower city too. I mean, one season we sank 1 by 1 meter probes. We had people just doing quick probes. to see what was in this one area. And so these people were, I mean, they look like, prairie dogs. Everybody's sitting in their little 1 by 1 meter, and their heads are like this after they got down, and it was pretty comical looking. But so we did some of that probing, but we opened up some major areas, temple area, domestic areas, and but so much of it, we were able to get a sense from the surface reads. We were able to get a sense of the layout of the city. On the lower tail was easy. Upper tail, not so much. It was much more different. The palace we got a great look at because we excavated good sections of it. Other buildings, we got some. But the defensive system on both the upper and lower city, we have terrific, lots of exposure and lots of detailed excavation. Because what we just don't excavate something. We pay attention to the construction methodology, the materials. We take samples of all the bricks, of all the mortars, of all the plasters, of all the, everything. We have plasters of many kinds, mud plaster, lime plaster. So you have to sample it.
This is a huge job.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is a huge undertaking.
Yeah, that's why we have a lab sitting over here full of stuff that's still being systematically analyzed. It takes a long time. So,
Wow.
and so that was from the paper. This is the
Oh, there it is.
1908 Tunguska event superimposed over the Kikara, the southern Jordan Valley, with Tal El-Hammam over here. Say, did Jericho get some collateral damage? We don't really know yet. There's some suggestions that might be the case, but for the most part, this is from the paper as well. This is a computer animation. This is 1 second.
Oh, cool. This is an animation. One
This-
second.
Now it's going to take longer
Right.
than that to play
This is
it. But
representing
this is
1
a
second.
super slow-mo
Yeah.
play out of the Airburst coming from the southwest. 55-meter wide asteroid fragment at the altitude is exploding or going plasmic at about 653 meters. That would be right over the north end of the Dead Sea. Releasing about 8.7 megatons. That's several hundreds of times bigger than the Hiroshima bomb, which was measured in kilotons.
Whoa.
And it's moving horizontally at 17 kilometers per second. So this whole thing we're going to play out right here is probably less than a second. So here it comes. If I can get it going here.
Yeah, here it goes.
The red, of course, is the hot. Watch the ground.
There it is.
You see some of the red showing up in places on the ground, like
As it
here,
compresses.
here. So there's the palace. There's the upper tail palace. Here's the temple. Okay. So this that's a model. Temperatures are really high. The horizontal velocities and forces and pressures are amazing. You're talking about 500,000, 700,000 psi forces. I mean, that's enough to. Now you know why. Now you know how you shear off a 3-meter thick mud brick wall. You shear it off.
A massive explosion.
And so, anyway, this is the paper. People want to look it up. It is now appearing in Science Open, and so here it is, and some terrific people. Now, I got talked into being on the second version. After it got pulled from the other site, several papers were put together because there was a lot more analysis that was done since the first publication. So for this publication, it has a lot more evidence and has some other papers worked into it, it's a big paper. So there it is. People want to look at it.
That's
And
amazing.
that's that.
Gosh, that's incredible.
Want to look at some stuff?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's look at
Get our
Wait,
some
did
hands
you
stuff.
have a
on some
story
stuff.
about the counting house that I heard with?
Oh, yeah.
It's something in the same
I mean,
area.
that was really,
It's not related, maybe.
I mean,
It's-
this is one of those things it's kind of embarrassing for me because for 10 years, 10 seasons, I said, there's no late Bronze Age at Tal El-Hammam. And we had excavated all across the site. I mean, everywhere. I mean, every sector we had done something significant. And not one late Bronze Age pottery sherd to speak of. Not that there couldn't be some there, but there was no architecture for sure. There's no settlement. So it was the late Bronze Gap. And I just, the late Bronze Gap was a big deal to us. And nobody lived there from 1700 to 1000 BC for 7 centuries. And that was that. And all of a sudden, we're excavating in a square on the upper city in UA. So upper U, A, and 7GG square. And we're getting some pottery. And it has squiggly lines between two horizontal lines. And that's a perfectly good Middle Bronze Age motif. And so we keep seeing this stuff, and I'm seeing it, but I'm getting a little uncomfortable. Now remember, I've been telling people for 10 years or more, there's no late Bronze Age stuff at Tal El-Hammam.
It's the gap.
It's a gap.
Yeah.
And by the way, we're excavating down through one of the nastiest burned buildings I've ever seen in my career. I mean, it had 25, 30 centimeter wood beams, probably cedar, Lebanon cedar. I mean, just burned, charred. I mean, it was literally like this. It was a pile of mud bricks. A pile of bricks. About a meter high, about 6, 8 meters, 10 meters in diameter. And it was high in the middle, and it trailed off to the outside. And all you had on the edges was a little skiff of ash that just disappeared. And then we started to find architecture associated with it. And I'm thinking, this has to be the upper part of the Middle Bronze Age palace. It's a story or a piece of it that didn't collapse or didn't get blown away. And I keep thinking this, and I keep thinking this. But I'm looking, and I know over here, a couple meters lower, I know that's the Middle Bronze Palace. I'm looking at it. I know what's down there. What's this up here? And I'm drawing, for our assistant director, I'm drawing all kinds of scenarios, right? This is a pancaking, right? We have a floor, the whole thing being knocked over, and it's coming down like this. And so we've got a preserved upper story that's landing on a lower story, moving in that, in a direction. I'm trying to explain it. How do we get this? And I'm looking at this pottery day after day. I'm going, I think that this is, well, and then one of our associates, Duke, excavates a biconical crater. It's in there in the lab. It's like that, with vertical squiggly registers on it. And I know this. This is classic late bronze 2. It's classic LB2. So I'm looking at all this stuff and I'm going, this is not MB. It's classic LB2. This is an LB2 building. And I'm thinking, what am I going to tell the kids? And so I'm scrambling in my head thinking, I've been telling the whole world there's no late Bronze Age at Tal El-Hammam. And there is no settlement.
Sure.
But there's this building, and it's maybe 10 meters by 10 meters. Lane Rittmeyer just drew it up. I got to look at the drawing, but it's a substantial building, and it's not domestic. It's too beefy to be domestic. It's got these big wood beams. It's got big big wooden lintels. This is not domestic architecture. It has bronze balance scale pans and weights and furniture. Found carbonized table chairs, amulets, pieces of jewelry. And I'm thinking, what is this building? Well, then I'm thinking, okay, just go back in your files in your head. What is this? This is the Late Bronze 2 period. The Late Bronze 1 period and the early Late Bronze 2 period is known as the time of Egyptian occupation of Canaan. This is the time that the Egyptians were, in the 18th dynasty, were dominating this region, controlling it, and they had across the region Egyptian governors, toll houses, and troops associated with these various locations. And what did we find just about 100 meters to the northeast, down the middle of the tell? A beautiful piece of wool scale armor, bronze ribbed scales sewn to a beautiful wool garment.
What does that tell us?
It's Egyptian scale armor.
Oh.
100%. It's Egyptian, late Bronze Age Egyptian scale armor. Somebody left it there. And it was found right kind of in the interface between the MB and the Iron Age, kind of right there in that interface, right on the top of the MB layer. And so we have that. And so now we got to make sense of it. Well, then I started going back to the Bible. Now we know that Moses and Joshua brought the Israelites to Tal El-Hammam. I mean, there's nothing there. The whole area was destroyed. And because we're talking about 14th century BC, there's nothing there. But yet, we know they're there with all the Israelites, the tabernacle and the Ark of the Covenant and all that. And so now I'm having to talk to my military people, and I got a lot of them, archaeologists who were in the Marines. And, okay, let's think military guys. Okay, military guys, comment. If you saw a building, by the way, we now think it's built by the Egyptians to collect tolls and taxes. Why? Because there are 5 or 6 major trade routes that intersect at Tal El-Hammam. You can go any direction from there. And it's an important place, even though all the cities are destroyed, burned out ruins, it's still a key location, because if you want to go east to west to the coast, you got to go across this area. This is the fords of the Jordan. This is where the Israelites are going to cross over into the promised land from here. And they're camping in the plains of Moab, which everybody says is the area of Tal El-Hammam. Abel, Shittim. Abel, remember? Abel, place of mourning, and Shittim, acacias. Now it's the place of mourning, but where there are acacia trees. The trees are starting to grow. The thorny ones, which can't be eaten, by very many grazing animals, and so they can survive. But here we have Abel, Shittim. And so Moses and the Israelites are camping here. But if you look carefully at the scriptures associated with this encampment, it says that Moses and Joshua and the Israelites camped along the Jordan from Beit Yeshimot to Abel Shittim. And just one time, Beit Yeshimot is mentioned. Well, Yeshimon means wilderness, uninhabited area. And in that same time frame, you remember Balaam, who was asked to spy out the Israelites and rat on them, was up on Mount Pisgah, which is Mount Nebo, just up to the southeast of Tal El-Hammam. And he says he took a position at where Pisgah overlooks the Yeshimon, the wasteland. Well, this place, it says the Israelites camped from Beit Yeshimot, feminine plural, to Abel Shittim. Well, all scholars identify Tal El-Hammam as the location of Abel Shittim, where Moses and Joshua camped. I didn't make that identification. Everybody else did. It's a no-brainer, because Abel is on the Egyptian map lists. We talked about Egyptian map lists. This is where it is. Now, but what about Beit Yeshimot? Beit Yeshimot means the house. Yeshimot, the feminine plural of Yeshimon, which is wilderness, means desolation. Desolation. It's the house of desolation. Now, wait a minute. I'm thinking, if you were a tourist caravaner coming through this area in this time frame, and the Egyptians had built a customs house to take taxes and charge you for the road use as you pass by. Also, they got troops up there. They can check on you. But it's a money-making operation. And so if there's this house up there, fairly nice one, built on top of a pile of ruins, burned out ruins, might you give it the nickname, the House of the Desolation? It's the only house in the entire area, burned out ruin there, over there, another burned out ruin here. And this house, really nice one, is sitting up there plainly with a white plaster, sitting right on top of a burned out ruin. Might you just call it the House of Desolation?
Sure.
Desolation House.
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking, wait a minute. This is Beit Yeshimon. Maybe it's not a place. It's a literal house. And I think that, I can't prove it, but logically, if they camped from Beit Yeshimot to Abel Shittim would be the lower city in the outlying area where it's easy to camp and you got water and everything down there. But wait a minute, if Moses and Joshua, and I go back to my military guys, if you came onto a site up the hill, as a military man, where do you want your command camp? I wanted a place where I can see 360.
Yep.
You know, it's the late Bronze Age. You're not worrying about snipers in the hills, right?
Right.
Nobody's going to hit you from any direction. You want a place where you can see everybody. And all of a sudden, they get up to the top of this most strategic pinnacle in the whole area, and lo and behold, there's a house. It's got water jars full of water, jars full of grain. It's got some ovens. It's got all the niceties of home. If you're a military commander like Moses or like Joshua, and you see this thing, and by the way, all the Israelite army, they've been knocking people off left and right coming up the Transjordan. Do you think the guys in that house are going to try to stand off? No. No, what are they going to do?
Run.
Before they ever got up the hill, they boogied and
That's
they were
right.
gone. Wherever they went, they were gone. So all of a sudden, Moses and Joshua come up there and they go, hey, that's a pretty nice house. Well, if you were a military
Let's
commander,
camp here.
what would you do?
Camp, sleep there.
Make it a base.
You'd co-opt that house
That's right.
as your command house. And so I think Moses and Joshua walk in and they look around, and Moses says, I'll take this bedroom. Josh, you take that bedroom. Who else? I'm sleeping. You guys sleep under the stars. You got tents. We're military guys, but hey, this is kind of nice for a change. And there's a table and there's chairs. Where did Moses write the book of Deuteronomy? There. It says he wrote it there while they were on the plains of Moab. Well, if you had a desk and a table and you got to write a document, do you suppose that he rolled out his parchment on the table and sat in a chair and written the book of Deuteronomy inside that building? I can't prove that. So that's a wild-haired speculation. No, it's not. It's not crazy speculation. It's the house
It's putting puzzle pieces
of the
together.
desolation, and this is where they were. Everybody knows that. Well, and it was there at the time that they came through. Why wouldn't they have used it? Now, it's also burned to a crisp, and it's in a heap of ruins. Here's what I think happened. Remember, there were people who had experienced the Transjordan amongst the Israelites, and they said, the half tribe of Ephraim and Manasseh and Reuben and Gad, they said they wanted to stay on this side of the river. They had a bunch of people that said, we like it over here. I don't know about over there, but we have experience over here. Can we stay here? We'll build a life over here. And Moses said, well, yeah, you leave your women and children over here. You guys can hang out wherever you want, but your fighting men are coming with me. When all the fighting's over there, after we've subdued the land, then you can come back. but not until. You're not going to leave. You're not going to hang out over here leading the life of Riley while we're over there dying. So you come with us. And that's what they did. Now, do you think, and I'm not sure Moses had a mean streak or Joshua had a mean streak like this. Now, Moses died later and was buried in the valley. But Joshua took the people and crossed the river, and the conquest begins. But I think as Joshua started down the hill and he looks up and this beautiful Egyptian toll house, and he's thinking, no, somebody else come in and use it. Might be our enemies. Burn it. I think he burned it. I think Joshua burned it to the ground.
Man, that's an amazing story.
That is incredible.
Burned it to the ground. And there it is. Burned to the ground, but still has its balance scales.
Chair,
Has
table.
its commercial grade architecture.
Egyptian armor.
In the Egyptian armor and in the middle of nowhere. No
Amazing.
settlements around, nothing. Just controlling the intersections of the main trade routes in the region. So anyway, that's just kind of one of those flights of fancy, if you want to call it that. But still, it's based on all solid reasoning, and we excavated it.
Right.
We excavated it, and the excavation, what it actually is, certainly is commensurate with, I mean, we will call it a customs house. It has what it needs to be a customs house. By the way, right across the river at Jericho is a similar building. The middle building at Jericho and the LB, similar build, almost the same. So the Egyptians built one over there. They built one here. It's connected in the route from going across the river. It's a no-brainer. But what is it? Did Moses use it? I don't know. Did Joshua hang out there? I don't know. But if I'd have been him, I would have.
Yeah.
If that building was there, I would have. Now, it's possible they walked up and it's already burned. Maybe the Egyptians said, well, if we can't use it, nobody's going to use it. Torch
Sure.
it. Maybe. I don't know.
But it's fun to think.
But it's fun to think.
Love a hot take.
Yeah.
Steve, this has been great. I think we got to cut it here so we can go look at some pottery
Yep.
shirts.
Yeah.
Thank you for spending so much time with us, and thank you for all the work that you've been doing. I mean,
Yeah.
35 years in 16 digs. I mean, this is serious.
Yeah. Thanks for staying
Yeah.
passionate about it so the rest of us
Yeah,
can learn.
it's serious.
I appreciate you being passionate about it, because
Yeah.
we need people that go all the way down to the details, stay true to the science, and then report back on it. It's
Yeah.
really incredible.
Nobody's going to stay on a project of this magnitude unless you're passionate,
Yeah.
because it beats the crap out of you is what it does. I mean, it's there every day, every morning, it's always there. There's always something else to do. There's always money to raise. There's always something to analyze. There's always a radiocarbon, a $10,000 radiocarbon testing bill to pay. I mean, it's just nonstop. So
It's incredible.
yeah,
Thank you for doing this.
Yeah. Thanks for letting us come and admire.
you're welcome.
Yeah.
You're welcome. It's fun to just rattle on and on.
Yeah.
All right, let's look at some pottery.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks, everybody.